D-mark.
Sorry, golf, take one, A-mark.
I always wanted to do a Western, and I could never do a Western because I couldn't afford it. Because I was living in England. If I was living in the United States, my first film would probably have been a Western. And I felt, in essence, you could take The Duelist and turn it around into a story of an obsessive... It's really about obsession. Not so much revenge, because the irony at the end of it all is that they can't remember what the initial argument was about. And so I found that was a very interesting take on the idea of obsession and mindless violence.
Can we have some grass in this alleyway here? I can't see the ground, but it actually dries it up.
I think Ridley began by perhaps being more of a stylist, and when you saw the film The Duelist, it might have been rechristened The Stylists, because every frame was beautifully lit and beautifully arranged, like it would have been in a commercial. But the development and the characters and the narrative flow for many of us was a little stilted. He's overcome that happily ever since then. But I think it began the criticism people have had of commercial directors making features, that they are lovingly caring for each frame, but not really feeling too much about it, where those frames lead to and what happens and the motivation and character within it.
When I started directing actors, I had no conventional school or instruction. Where you're talking about a 2-hour film, where you're talking about the movement and the arc of a character.
Sir, kick for the general. Oh! Perfect discipline.
He was actually constructing the film of Alien before he shot it in a cartoon form. It was like a comic strip, and for a 11-year-old boy, that's pretty exciting. You're watching your dad make a rather amazing comic strip, which is science fiction, and it was all very interesting to us. But when you look at the storyboards now, when you look at the film, it's actually almost exactly the same, which is really remarkable.
Wait a minute, this movement. It seems to have life. Organic life.
To work on Alien at this time, that was really terrible stress. And Ridley, that was, I think, his second film, and for me, my first. And they didn't believe him that he could do it really, and so he was very much under pressure. But once when they didn't allow him enough to film more meters, then he was crying. Yeah. It was depressing, things like that. They said, stop now, we don't allow you more meter. And he felt that was very depressed until they saw the first meter of film. And then that was so brilliant. After that, they allowed him to spend more money and anything went well.
There are people who make pictures for self-expression. I'm not very sympathetic to those people. You cannot make a picture which costs $20 million without selling it to every cinema in the world. More people watch television than go to the movies. So if we're going to try and shake them out of their homes, it's got to be something completely original. It's the special event.
Here we go. Stand by and roll, please.
277, take 2.
Fade. Keep camera mark. And background. Action. traffic, action.
The film takes place in 40 years from now, and I play it's such a different kind of film than Star Wars is really. That's really space fantasy. This is a kind of futurism, I think. Ridley's great to work with. I was surprised to find him taking as much time and care with the characters as he does with the visual aspects of the film.
Filming, I think, is like a love-hate relationship. I think I hate it when I'm doing it, and I only like it if the rushes are good. If the rushes are bad, I hate it even more. Doing a film like this is incredibly exciting. Yeah. You don't ever feel tired. That's what's odd. Because I think the adrenaline flow is so huge, you know? It's like flying a big aircraft and you don't know how to fly the plane. I don't call filmmaking art. You know, I think it's primarily a thing of communication and business, where you cannot forget that you have an audience. If you forget that, then you're a fool, because the process of filmmaking is far too expensive to mess around with, you know, that many dollars. There are, you know, several films have been made which one can say are certainly pieces of works of art. But I think to go and saying I'm doing a work of art is very dangerous. The place was not like I thought it would be. It was far more modernized and clean and planned and ordered. I expected something a little more patinaed and a little more of the old. You know, when I say the old, I don't mean 1,000 years ago. I mean 1920s, you know what I mean? Turn of the century. It's 6 o'clock and we're going slowly. Well, no, we'll be all right. Filming is a little bit like going to war. You know, you find your troops, you find your officers, and you have to run it in a very organized fashion, otherwise you get killed financially. So you better turn up in the morning as if it's a landing, and, you know, you've got to hit the beaches running. Stressed. Stressed parents. You have to be fast on your feet, because whatever you planned in your head, things are always going to change.
I think he's having a lovely time on this shoot. You know, he's just like a guy hitting his real stride now. And so I'm delighted that he's working on something that's so many different things. You know, this movie's a love story, and it's also a story about an amazing dream, because he also is a great dreamer.
Then you'll be on the wider camera with you as you walk off the beach. You'll just stop, and the others will just follow through and do whatever they're going to do. Okay?
Je pense que l'énergie, le style de Colomb n'a rien à voir avec les films qu'il a fait avant. Mais on retrouve une famille d'angles. Comme c'est quelqu'un de très visuel et qui a une grande culture, ce que n'ont pas beaucoup de cinéastes, malheureusement.
As soon as you hit the ground, jump, because you're going to be on a line, you're going to have a big marker on the tree.
C'est comme disait Picasso, il dit, il ne cherche pas, il trouve. Quand Ridley arrive dans un décor, que ce soit ce décor immense de cathédrale, bien entendu que toute sa culture, sa connaissance se met en marche.
The scene that we're now shooting is the glorious scene when Columbus has come back victorious from the New World, and is one of the biggest scenes, if not the biggest scene in the picture in terms of numbers of people.
Just have two people sit in a chair, okay?
And in fact, this scene is a compromise. We've already had to make, shortenings and trimmings, and Ridley's creativity, if you like, is how do you deal with that?
I think today filming is so driven by finance. It's almost the antithesis to art, but sometimes art comes out of it.
74 easy, take one, A camera. C camera. 3 camera mute. Stand by. Stand by. Call this the next one. Yeah.
Well, now, after so many films which have made him world famous, I think you could say that he's a narrative artist who uses a camera instead of a brush. It was in the late 50s. He was a student, an intermediate student, I suppose, but he was talented. That was the thing. And he was a good draftsman, too. But his work was a little bit like the work of the best American illustrators. And in fact, some of the staff thought his work was a bit on the slick side. Not really suitable for painting.
Well, I still think of ads as little films, and I don't think about the marketing aspects of it, frankly. I just make the movie. There was a time, I think 1 year, where I was going flat out. I was doing 3 commercials a week. I did 150 commercials that year. I had some very good colleagues at the time. And I think it's fair to say who are fairly unique still. Alan Parker, my brother, Adrian Lyne, Hugh Hudson, and others. Those are the ones who spring to mind. They were the main competitors. But it was a form of very healthy competition in terms of the fact that on a Monday morning they'd run what they called newcomers. And I certainly used to sit in front of it every morning, Monday morning, watch who'd done what. It was like sport. It was like creative sport, because I'd sit and watch an Adrian Lyne commercial and think, my God, did he do that? And the best compliment I could give him, I used to hate him till Wednesday. It was this very interesting energy that developed in those years. And I think in that process, what I've just talked about, I think really forced the standard in British advertising.
The range of Chanel commercials I've always found fascinating because it showed every sign of everything he must have liked as a movie maker. It showed last year in Marienbad with that composition in the formal garden. You see something, I think he must have got that from an old Tyrone Power film, or I remember that from, you're looking and picking up the references. The Hollywood movie queen of the 40s with the long hair, she walks towards you with an enigmatic smile. You think, that's uncannily like Lauren Bacall or Veronica Lake or one of those ladies from the 40s. He's really just somebody who is a great quoter of movie references, which he then gives a wonderful gloss and spin to, which makes you think, he knows that I know. He's letting me into the act. God bless him.
Furniture, yeah. You can be lying in bed at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, And he'll come into the room, and you're always peering from underneath the sheets, thinking, God damn it, he's going to start moving furniture again. And sure enough, within 5 minutes, you were out of bed, lifting tables up and down staircases.
That's all he needs to do.
I guess it's like a process that he has to go through in order to feel like, I don't know if it's anything, I think it must be something to do with change. It must be something to do with evolution. He's always trying to evolve his environment so that he never feels like he's stagnant.
He's completely elusive and very shy and very soft-spoken. It's hard to know a lot about him, about his personal life or what goes on deep inside. He's intensely private, and because I think so much of his time and energy is consumed by the work, you don't have a lot of opportunity necessarily to hang out with him outside of that situation. There were sort of these legendary stories about his temper and behavior during the filming of Blade Runner, which I guess was very difficult, but apparently, I mean, the stories were just screaming and yelling and just wild and vicious and angry and horrible. As a matter of fact, I remember being a little bit nervous going into the shooting of Someone to Watch Over Me because I'd heard about that. And we were in the 14th week of a 14-week shoot, and I'd never heard Ridley raise his voice. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, the loudest voice I've ever heard, Ridley literally roars, "Shut the f*** up!" I mean, you know, to the whole crew, just roaring. I scared the piss out of me. I almost fell off my chair. And this dead silence comes over the set, and everybody's sort of sitting there looking around like that. And Ridley said, "And for those of you who were curious, that's the way I was every day on Blade Runner."
During Blade Runner, because I was a new boy on the block, everybody was questioning everything, and I just had to, finally the fuse went, you know, so yeah, I have bad temper.
Why don't we have two people standing doing nothing with lighters, so we're not waiting for 10 minutes while we light the candles, so they can look care of that, and everybody, because it'll take us 10 minutes to light the candles in this room. So why don't we have two guys with lighters who can all do it, okay? Yeah. Michael, do you want someone to go with you?
I think the process of film vis-a-vis Temperament is a tough one because it's like trying to punch an eider down, you know, hanging on a clothesline. Because there are so many people involved in the process that that in itself is frustrating until you get your group of people that you like to work with and they understand you and you understand them. Therefore the shorthand becomes faster, more meticulous, and you get to where you want quicker than you normally would. Until you gain some kind of reputation, then it's difficult. Now I don't lose my temper. You don't gain anything, really, in the final process of screaming and yelling. I mean, all you do is make a few people embarrassed and they function less well. So it's much more of putting that kind of temperament into energy and people pick up on it.
Got it? Yeah, that was a good one, right?
Ridley's style, and you just have to know him, is, you know, reserved. So I think that his best sense is that he lets the actors go. You do enough different takes, and then he will, through selection process, find out what he wants. And I guess the best example would probably be, or it would probably be the same kind of like a palette. If he was back at the Royal College of Arts working on his palette, he would just be talking about hues, colors of hues. So his direction is sort of up, down, and you know what he means. A little lighter, a little darker, the pace, and it's subtle differences, but he gets it done.
Shooting Japan logistically was basically a nightmare because they do like to pin you down and then they do change their mind. And when I started, I had to visit the police station on 2 or 3 different occasions because they don't want to talk to the line producer, they want to talk to the director, who they will arrest on the night if you do something you said you're not going to do. And they all had ordnance survey maps, and not just to the block of the city, but to the shop doorway. So they would ask me to mark the position of exactly where my cameras would be in 3 months' time because it's in the preparatory process. And I thought, well, I'll wash this one, I'll say there and there. 3 months' time, those guys were there on the night with their maps saying, you said here and you said here. So I had to put the cameras there and there. And on one occasion, we had preset a time with a big unit to turn up 6 o'clock in the evening. It was the beginning of the death of Andy Garcia. And they cut our night by half on the spot. Said, you can't come in here till 12 tonight. And so I had a whole unit standing around, which was like 175 people, from 6 in the evening till 12 at night. So we had to shoot the whole sequence in 6 hours, which is crazy.
That's it. Come on, right here. Hey! Good, Charlie. Good move. Hey!
It became almost like a competition against the bureaucracy, so that's why I started to enjoy it.
Ridley loves pressure. I think he thrives to a certain extent on pressure. He's got a dark sense of humor, and it is fun to watch him when he goes. He goes. There is a reserve, a protection, emotional protection, I think, that Ridley has. Like all of us, there's certain times in our lives when you can hide behind your work. Your work is satisfying. You can control your work. Our real lives are a mess sometimes, and I think, I know I've been suspect to it at times, that you can, you just hide behind your work because you're good at it.
My father's main form of communication is storytelling.
Is that it?
I would imagine that he dreads the idea of not being able to express himself, And I think that he wants to carry on forever. He's got so much to say, I think, and he's just beginning to say it. Whenever he does a movie, I always get a feedback from him, and I say, well, how's it going? And there's always an atmosphere about what he says, and behind it, you know whether or not he feels good about it, or if he knows it's a bad movie or a good movie. I mean, for instance, Thelma and Louise, I think he knew that he was onto a good one.
And baby, you're so smart. You know you're good looking in the school. Well, you do the thing that you wanted to, and I can tell the way you do the things you do.
We found this script, and I loved the woman's story. I loved the comments about men, which I thought were particularly humorous, and therefore that is always the best way of doing everything, if you can, is try and make it funny.
God damn it, Thelma! Don't holler like that. Haven't I told you I can't stand it when you holler in the morning?
I'm sorry, doll. I just didn't want you to be late.
Thank you.
Hon?
What?
Have a good day at work today.
Uh-huh. Gee. Thank you, no.
Hon?
What?
You want anything special for dinner tonight?
Is he funny? No, I don't think he's funny. I mean, he kind of, we certainly made him laugh.
Y'all want a drink?
No thanks.
I'll have a wild turkey straight up and a Coke back, please.
Thelma.
Oh, what? Tell me something. Is this my vacation or isn't it? I mean, God, you're as bad as Daryl.
I'm sorry, it's just I'm not used to seeing you this way. I haven't seen you this way in a while. You're usually so sedate.
He wanted to know all about Thelma and Louise from the time they were children till the time the movie began. I mean, we would have long conversations about what Thelma and Louise did in high school, what Louise thought of Daryl, just their relationship. He wanted to know everything about it. He was almost like having a sponge going into every crevice of my brain.
Wonder if Daryl's home yet.
Wonder if Jimmy's got back.
Why don't you just tell him to get lost once and for all?
Why don't you just say no good husband of yours? This sounds on Harlan.
The sex scene was one thing he added. It was just implied in the script that scene faded out as we started to kiss or something, and then the next morning I'm ecstatic and fulfilled. But he wanted to actually show some of the sex scene. And I was, unsure about whether that was a good idea, because if it's supposed to be the most fabulous sexual experience a person has ever had, and you show it, it better be great.
In trying to communicate with him, I mean, it was much more effective to talk about the way things looked than it was to, again, talk about motivation or whatever. I think that he just has a very unique, he's a wild card. He just sees what he sees and he goes after it. Every day we would be on the set for hours wondering why we weren't going home, and then you see Ridley with his camera crew racing as the sun is going down over this hill to get, one last traveling shot of something, and my fear was that the whole thing was going to be a voiceover, all these fabulous traveling shots.
I think I've got a little piece up here which retains certain things. Like, I'm hopeless with any form of retention of languages, but I have a block. But on a visual side, I walk around and I see life, not through rose-tinted spectacles, but I obviously see it in a certain way, which I try and emulate into the films, and therefore I will see a certain kind of light, mood change, whatever. If I'm driving along in a car, that will go in, will be remembered, and it will come out in the film to be used at a certain given moment because it evoked something in me. So that's a kind of orchestration of emotions through light.
My God, this is beautiful.
Surely is.
If film is an art form, then certainly lighting is definitely an art form at a certain layer of movie making. Then there's the other layer and the other layer of movie making, right? So yes, lighting to me should contribute and should be a statement. I hate it when people say you shouldn't notice incidental, the score. I mean, it's bullshit. You should notice the score, and the score, if it's doing its job, will lift and elevate the movie. Lighting also.
At the age of 37, she realized she'd never ride through Paris in a sports car with the warm wind in her hair. So she let the phone keep ringing, and she sat there softly singing little notes right she'd memorized.
Tell him we thank him for his hospitality.
He knows.
Tell him some of my men are staying here to build a fort. I want them to be well treated.
Ridley is a very remarkable filmmaker. The only question mark I think still exists over his work, and it's not just Ridley, it exists over the work of most of my generation, is what do they think about, what do they care about, what's important to them. He really spent his life on the outside looking in and isn't sure what is in there, what is in, what being inside of anything represents.
I think they should be separated.
Yeah. I mean, the medium is a remarkable medium, and it does penetrate people's psyches in an extraordinary way. And that's something that should bother Ridley. What does he want to leave behind beyond a set of absolutely glorious images?
I don't know yet, because I've only done 8 movies, which is really frustrating, and therefore I just want to, it's like a child in a sweet shop. I just want to move on to the next roll of wine gums, the next packet of chocolate, because I'm exploring the process and the craft of what I enjoy most. And somewhere in there, I think I'm gradually forming a pattern. I've discovered now that in a way it's an incredible waste to make a film about nothing. That doesn't mean to say that the film industry should be filled with films that only are of serious material. films ought to be mainstream. And what I try to do is up the standard and the level of what I would call mainstream cinema.
I name it La Navidad.
And I'm now trying to cast some light onto an historical event, the discovery of the New World.
After 7 months, I haven't seen any sign of a civilization that compares with Marco Polo's descriptions. No cities, no bridges, no temples roofed with gold. The mainland still escapes me, but I know it is there.
And then I sat there watching a very good film called Rain Man. I think one of Barry Levinson's best movies. And I became conscious of the score. It kind of felt bigger than it ought to be, and yet it worked. It was playing an internal world, yet it was a big track. And I waited and thought, who's that? Oh, Hans Zimmer, who the hell's that? Oh, I'll call him up. So I called him up and that's it. I was impressed by the music, you know, as simple as that.
We just started chatting. We had a good time chatting, and I said to him, so how do I not get fired of a Ridley Scott film? I remember this, and he said, well, don't write me a symphony. Write something that's appropriate for the movie. And we sort of started working away, and we started coming up with some fairly unconventional ideas.
And one of the best music cues I've ever been associated with was, for me, the aerial shot coming into Japan when they're returning Sato's character. It's very visceral, and it sets the tone for the rest of the movie, and I thought it was a phenomenal cue.
I was aware that not all scores had to be done orchestrally, and that there was an interesting way to present a foreign culture to America or to Europe, etc., by using some of the instruments from that, from that culture. It's so easy to go and steal all the cliches from a culture and sort of, string them together and go, hey, here it is. As opposed to just saying, okay, I'm just writing from my point of view, but I'm going to interpret it by musicians from that culture. There's a very strong sense of percussion in Japanese culture. And because Ridley shot the film in a very sort of modern way, and it was Osaka where he shot a lot of stuff. It's very industrial. So for all the percussive elements, I used synthesizers and electronics because I wanted it to be, really hard. I wanted each percussion hit to be like a gunshot.
We have a tradition. When someone close to us dies, we keep something personal of his.
That scene was the key scene for me, where everything changed for everybody, and a sense of intimacy had to creep into, and the bravura had to go out of the window. So that's really, I remember I spent forever in this little room with my synthesizers just writing that scene, before there was any footage even, and it was written quite apart from the movie. And I remember seeing it on the film for the first time, going, oh yeah, and that works. It was a cornerstone that would allow me to go and make all this big racket everywhere else.
I saw it for the first time at a test screening of the film. I enjoyed it very much. I remember Ridley would sit at the control, writing the sound, and whenever he wanted to, he'd just crank up the sound, So he likes the loud movie, He likes to be in your face with it at times. Sound is a very important element in films, and Ridley certainly doesn't shy away from it.
Excuse me, ma'am.
The whole experience of making the film was fun, I think partly because the story became that, and the characters were all the actors were great to deal with, and it was one of those textbook experiences, you know, you get the scripts, the cast come in who are right, it goes through like lightning, you have a great time.
We had a blast. We had so much fun. You know, I mean, I could have done without a convertible after it was finished because we were out in Moab, in the heat and the dust. No matter how much sunblock we put on, no matter, you know, we were just filthy at the end of every day.
We spent so much time in that car, first of all, just being either dragged around or driving it around or something. And there wasn't really time to go anywhere else, to your trailer or something. I don't even remember having a trailer. We would just sit in the car and we put up umbrellas and entertain each other basically in our downtime and you know, find ways to amuse ourselves and bond basically. We had so much time to just yak.
We went through, I think there were 7 of those cars, and the very first day one of them caught on fire when we were still in California, and we just ran them to the ground, and I hadn't really done that much driving.
When I was trying to work out the logistics of staying within budget, or staying within that parameter, which is even then was pretty low budget, to try and shoot on the road, going from Arkansas all the way across to New Mexico, that's a long drive. And I realized this when I went on the road, and we drove across 1.5 states. And I got about halfway across Texas saying, this is insane. I'm not going to make the film this way. This is crazy. Most of this stuff I can see in the valley. And with careful positioning, we should do it around Los Angeles, do all the interior in Los Angeles, do some of the exteriors in Los Angeles, and then maybe pop up to somewhere magnificent which will cover us for New Mexico and the end. And somebody said, go to Moab, because they haven't filmed there for years. So I flew up to Moab in Utah, and that was it. I mean, it was just spectacular. I don't think anybody had done a film there since John Wayne. Where up there they made Fort Apache and various other, even Red River, I think, fairly important westerns. And when I went back to Laddie, he said, well, you know, where are you going to shoot the movie? Thinking I'm going to have this caravan film. I said, I'm going to shoot in LA and Bakersfield. And he said, oh, God, that's boring. But I saw things in Bakersfield which gave me a wonderful visual opportunities, and also enabled me to do Oklahoma flatlands and things like that. And down in Bakersfield, you've got those huge farms. I mean, flat land, which basically reclaimed desert, with all those watering machines and those railway lines, and you know, where any Englishman goes nuts because he doesn't see that in UK, but we see beauty in it where most Americans think it's ugly.
And baby, you're so smart.
Because it was the last journey, would become the last journey, it had to be vivid. Which moment is the view or the image as important as the actor, or which moment is the image more important than the actor? When the actor's in here, he's everything. When the actor's here, he's everything. As you get wider and wider, something else comes into play in terms of your orchestration of the film. And that's why John Ford was very aware that all John Ford's films were about landscape. And landscape was a significant character in the movie. So you see a guy John Wayne that big, you know, shot like that with clouds and rocks, that's really making a statement about the landscape. And whatever you want to say at that moment is either it's beautiful or it's threatening, or he's in danger or he's lost. So creating worlds is really what's going to be right for this film. How are you going to elevate the story even more than it is? Because I believe in the proscenium. The proscenium means everything you see. Most people don't even think about it.
Really couldn't wait to do that scene. I'm sure it was one of the reasons he really wanted to do the movie, and they had cleared everybody within a 3-mile radius.
I think he had something like 8 cameras set up because they only had one truck they were going to blow up, and you want to
catch it from every conceivable angle.
And at one point I said to Gina, when I noticed that the camera really, there wasn't even a camera facing us, that it was off from behind, I said, why have they cleared everybody for 3 miles and we're still on this car? They're not going to tell it's us, you know, they should have stunt people or something. Because it got a little scary, and so I said to Ridley, you know, how come we're still here when everybody else has been moved and you're not even shooting our faces? And so we put a camera to shoot our faces, and that was the end of that discussion.
Action. You women are crazy.
I don't think he's going to apologize.
Nah, I don't think so.
We said, look, it'll be our real reaction.
I think if he goes boom, boom. Right.
Well, I'm a little nervous. It's always very exciting when there's going to be some kind of a stunt that even smacks slightly of being dangerous, but they put a lot of preparation into making sure, I suppose, that it was safe.
Now, if any pieces start flying toward you, this is what you should do, and it was all very, very tense. And we're thinking, wow, well, this is going to be so awesome because it'll be our real reaction to this thing. We're standing there in the car, 3, 2, 1, kerblam, and they blow it up. And both of us reacted like this. We did nothing. We didn't have any, we just, I don't know, because it was so, we forgot to do anything, you know, and it was like, what were you doing? So we had to actually set it up again to just shoot our side again and have flickering red, lights and wavy things and fans to blow the air. And then we had to plan out our profound reactions to this thing blowing up.
Well, one looked like some of this stuff might, reach us was the only thing that really scared me, and it was pretty hot.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Lieutenant. Ma'am, may I ask what this is regarding? Didn't they tell you? No, ma'am. This will be a toot. You read. I'll pour. Yes, ma'am. There was an intel slot available aboard the USS Polk, but they told me that submarines had no bathroom facilities for women.
Did that piss you off?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Good. I like pissed off. Sit down, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Stand by. Action.
But if things work out, if you go the distance, it could well change the military's official policy on women in combat. Or actually, its official non-policy.
Begging your pardon, Senator, but you do understand this involves SEAL training.
I do.
You do see it tonight. It'd be good if the hat was off.
Could be.
Yeah, inside your little...
Unless you wanted to see the rain dripping off the brim of the hat, that might be good too.
Yeah. This is just what we're doing tonight. Talking. And the instructors are talking and briefing. Instructor, okay. I can't remember, it's a Pyro or John's here, okay. So saying what it is, 12-minute intervals, 12-second intervals. It's a 12-minute course, da-di-da-di-da. There's a bit of dialogue here between you, right? Sorry, it doesn't look quite like you.
Now that I'm on steroids.
Right? Okay.
There's the answer, okay.
Okay.
There you go. Yes, sir, what do you need?
Yeah. Can I put in 2 Humvees?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just start pulling your Humvee into there.
Okay.
And some, maybe 2 pieces of equipment in there.
All right.
Take your sideburns off, up the side. Cut it. We've run out of film. Excellent. Don't move. Looks like a bloody Mohican.
We're still running. We're still running. We haven't run out of film.
Well, no, cut, because now we need to start on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, camera, Mike.
Right, guys.
You can't see me, can you
back off? Here we go.
More natural with your...
Right? Do the right. It's fine. Yeah. Just come straight up. Because that's a good shot from here. Put it down there. This is a good shot from here. Right. Put your foot here. Put your foot here.
You
Ready?
can move out.
I mean, line up and whack. There you go. I was sitting there quietly minding my own business and developing some other stuff. And Walter Parks called me up and said, have you got 20 minutes? And threw a reproduction of this rather beautiful 19th century painting onto my desk. And I stared at it, and I went, oh God, because I knew I was essentially, you want to bleep this? I was fucked.
There were sort of two balls to keep up in the air on this. One was we were doing a serious, dramatic piece, and performances were crucial. The other was we were making this fantastic spectacle. We were doing sort of a theme park, if you will. And so we needed a director who had those capabilities.
You know, we talked about the short list of people that can do that kind of work. And on the short list, of course, is Ridley Scott. There's maybe no one who's ever been better at creating a coherent other world. You know, you think of what he did in Blade Runner.
There's a tiny, tiny handful of directors who can create worlds, who can deal with enormous technical problems, and here's the important point, but not be overwhelmed by them. Not literally forsake the really important issues of narrative and story and theme because the pursuit of the size is crushing. When you really look at that list, you go right to Ridley.
Unlike many people, Ridley's an artist. He often jokes about spending his twilight years in some garden painting. And so Walter Parks and I went to see Ridley, and we brought the script, and we also brought a painting, a famous painting of the arena.
The artist was Jean-Léon Gérôme, and it was entitled Thumbs Down. And it shows a corner of the Colosseum, the wall, and one seems to be looking back up at what probably is one of the more corrupt of the emperors. Looks like Nero, I think, who's actually leaning over in a kind of rather debauched state with his thumb down, indicating that the Antibatai, who was the armored gladiator, who's standing over the vanquished who was still alive, and he's looking up at the emperor saying, should I kill him or not? And the guy's doing that, which means death.
I remember showing him the picture and then launched into the pitch. Doug and I told him about how we're going to change the script and what our ideas are. And I remember talking to him, and he'd be looking at me very interested, and his eyes would glaze slightly, and his eyes kept on going to the picture. He'd come back to me very politely, kept on going to the picture. And I think halfway through, without really hearing the pitch at all, he picked up the print that said, yeah, I can do this.
I just loved the whole, view. That segment was what really turned me on to it. Saying, we can do that. And we haven't seen that. And certainly not with the technology we can employ today, where we don't have to build the whole arena. We can build a segment of the arena, we can expand on that, we can do all kinds of things, and really do an epic in the grand sense of the word. Everything in my business, whether you're actor, director, producer, is all about material. Because once you got that script, the doing of, from my point of view, is relatively straightforward. We could have just selected an opera, but I thought it was kind of interesting because I wanted the opera to be reflect somehow Hannibal. We looked at the opera house in Florence, but it wasn't quite enough for me. And I was standing in the courtyard next to a church, which was to become a location for us. And I was looking at the courtyard, and at one end of the courtyard was a fantastic facade, beautiful facade. And I said, we should do it here. Why don't we use the facade of the building as the backdrop or the proscenium of the opera? Let's just get some yards of this translucent metallic fabric and hang them on wires, and that's it. With the opera singers at the front, and you have a ready-made set. What I want to do is go from here in a fast move right up hit the top, and as we do, she walks in.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. Let's do the timing.
Okay, here we go.
Ready, faster, much faster.
Much faster, guys.
240 miles
Oh
faster.
my God, much faster. Much faster.
Oh, we're extremely lucky that Ridley said yes, because what he's brought to the project, and it's tenfold what you could possibly imagine.
And actually have Tony go
with him,
pan with him, and wait here.
Julianne could come
and
in.
Julianne comes in here, end of speed, starts to look in that direction. Maybe there, Dr. Lecter. Damn, but can hear the band. So it goes through that way.
Ridley is a genius. He's very intelligent. He never screams with anybody. He's a fantastic guy.
Dr. Lecter, don't help.
And that's when he goes.
There were no surprises with Ridley in as much, you know, he's prepared, you know, is a master at it, and a total visionary.
He really surprised me when I met him. I don't know what I expected quite, but he's very soft-spoken, you know, really gentle guy. He's bright, he's quick, incredibly detail-oriented. I mean, he does so much stuff himself. I'll walk on the set and he'll be kind of like moving papers around, sticking something here, something there, and he'll look through the lens, do this, do that, and the other thing. And he's a real pleasure. Whenever you feel any kind of tension in a scene, whenever you're worried about something that you're doing, really manages to adjust everything and just kind of, you know, fill up the whole thing. It's great.
He knows exactly what he wants. He likes to have very particular images with a shadow, a particular angle of the face. He's a wonderful director, and it's very exciting to work with him. He reminds me sometimes of Fellini. Because, you know, Fellini have a script in his hand, and when he go into stage to shoot, he creates something new in every shot. Because, you know, you have two ways to make a movie. You make the movie like the script, day by day put together, shot together, or you create a day by day movie, and then you have a different movie. This is what Fellini did in his time. It is what Ridley does.
He's very practical. No airs and graces about him. There's no mystery. He doesn't want to talk about it and pontificate about it or analyze it. He says, right, he said, why don't you come through that door and then go to the table and cut his head off or whatever he says. He said, all right, yeah, all right, let's do it. Action. Print, okay, cut. Do you want to do another one? Yeah, all right. Yeah, just do one more, a bit faster maybe. Cut, okay, check the gate onwards. A good director will either tell you faster or slower. That's a good director. Maybe do it a bit faster, or maybe don't do it too fast. That's a good director. All the rest, all the hogwash of talking about it, analyzing it, is just such a waste of time. Rehearsing it and analyzing it, waste of time. For me it is. Faster or slower, that's a good director.
Steel one out. That's what it's like. Fuel between sugar and water. Yeah, when I'm coming with big white stuff. I'll jump in tomorrow night on this convention a little bit. Nice, just thinking of registering attention and just fucking about. Okay? Is that right? And in there is great, because that was going to be our alternative Sale. Right. Sale. I think we can enter. That's good, John. He's got the we're all private and the choice of Morocco was not because I'd made Gladiator there and not because I really love Morocco, but it seemed to be the place that somebody suggested would fulfill all my needs for Mogadishu. Branko said, I know this place that I think might be a good second for Mogadishu. So I said, go, you know.
I told Ridley, I will find locations. And I came here, Saleh and Rabat. And I made hundreds of pictures. I was thinking that's the right place to shoot.
When he came back with it, we looked at the photographs and basically said, that'll do, that'll work. We were straight in. A working class district, which, you know, it's people say, yeah, God, it's pretty rough. You know, when you get used to going in there every day, it's actually rather nice. And the whole community, working class community, were fine, you know. But the position of the town, the little town next to the Atlantic Ocean, was beautiful, you know. It fitted our needs dramatically well.
Ready, Simon?
Yeah. Is this a big bang?
No.
You sure?
I haven't felt panicked or uncomfortable or anything, and this is my first big film, and I think it stems from the fact that Ridley is so relaxed. There isn't a person in the world who would be under so much pressure and look so calm, and I don't know what pills he takes or what kind of yoga he does or what his secret is, but it doesn't make sense to me. I look at him and he's the most relaxed person on the set.
The whole thing seems to be just a pleasurable Sunday afternoon stroll in the park for him.
It might be pandemonium with things going around, you know, choppers, you know, things blowing up, but he's got an ease about him. Do you know what I mean? That comes through, and you know, I felt completely at ease, completely at home. And you look around and you think, you know, the way everything is set and shot, you can tell when you're walking, it's almost like walking into a painting. Because he's got this incredible vision, he knows exactly what's going on.
He's very visual. I mean, with his storyboards, the Ridley grams, you know, that he draws out, everyone knows what page they're on.
But if you come the other side of the morning, you get this light, right? I mean, 10 o'clock. We can do this as a POV long lens tracking shot, right? And we can do it from inside the Humvee or the other side of the Humvee.
Ridley's just got this extraordinary visual gift. He knocks up these little sketches, You know, in 2 seconds, he grabs a pen. I remember the first time I saw one, he came to set and he said, yeah, I've just done these little drawings in the car for you here to show you what's going to happen in the scene. And I went, bloody hell, he just did that in the car. He said, yeah, I didn't have a proper pen or anything, you know. And I went, no, they're brilliant. Can I have one of those to take home?
He had this little stack of papers on his desk, white paper. And any chance he got, he'd go, oh, the scene looks something like this, you know, and then he'd draw it out and he'd draw this amazing storyboard. And he'd say, so Ken, so the helicopter's here, and the guy's rope in here, and there's Somalis shooting that way, and it looks like this, you know, and I'd go, oh my God.
This is front main screen, Strucker, driving.
I can't remember working with a director who knew exactly what he needed and wanted. I've never seen him phased by it because he knows exactly what he needs. And I think he shoots the way he's going to edit, which is nice. You don't. Sometimes you do films where a director will cover everything all ways, just so because they don't know how they're going to make it look. Whereas Ridley knows how he's going to make it look, and he knows what he needs, so he shoots what he needs to edit. And that's really interesting to watch. And also, he's absolutely precise and dead on with his direction. I've heard he has a reputation of not directing, and I don't get that at all. If you're in a big wide shot running down the street, you don't need to be told you're in a big wide shot, just run down the street, you know? So he doesn't tell you that. You know where you're going to go, but when you're playing a scene, when the camera's in close, he's there telling you what do you like, or he's pushing you one way or the other, you know?
But just watching someone who seems to make it so effortless, and he seems so unpressured by what's clearly, you know, an enormous project.
No, you will in the end. Yeah. Okay, so this is just, you know, us fucking knowledge, right? And all the percussion is going to be replaced by the players. God, look, they're shooting women and children, you know, I mean, the Ardit soldiers. You know, this is terrible, and you want to comment on it in your Western way, you know, in our, you know, European or American moral standards. And in a funny way, what I'm trying to do is not do that for a while, and just let us observe, and let the music just observe. If I start commenting on it too soon, nobody's going to start thinking in the audience. And it's not like we're trying to teach anybody a big lesson, etc. But leave room, acknowledge that an audience is an intelligent body of humans that are allowed to make up their own mind about things.
I mean, I'm 7 against 1 here, okay, right? I'll say what I think. Please. Here we go. Ready? Yeah. I think the opening on a big screen is so big, right? Of the crowds and that it's kind of, if you like, kind of epic scale, right? Because of the landscape and and I think I love the playing of the string instrument, but is that going to be the foremost instrument, or is it going to be subtext? I don't know. Because right now it's the foremost instrument, because small. I mean, listen, the playing of it is beautiful, but I find that what it does, it holds back the scale of the scene. Right. Is that fair? Absolutely.
What he does great is he'll remind me of things. You know, he'll remind me of little bits of conversation we had, you know, so I can find my way again. Because right now I'm just, you know, I'm flailing about like crazy, sort of on purpose, trying to leave all reason behind.
And what you need is the reasonable man to occasionally come in and say, you know, you're a bit off base here, you know, whatever. And so I'm using him. I'm using him very much as, you know, as the guy who steers the boat. And at the same time, you know, he lets me steer the boat until I shout for help.
We got a Black Hawk down. We got a Black Hawk down.
The capability is extraordinary. And I think in this instance it helped me, you know, tremendously. But I think there's also, you've got to make sure that everything the way you're designing it doesn't look larger than life. So when it starts to look larger than life, then you start to not believe it. So you start to lose the jeopardy.
So the tail was here. Where's Slav? Where's the tail goes there? If the camera was here, low, you'll have the whole tail pass over your head.
John, bring the answer crash box here.
Jesus Christ, we're all being filmed already. Where do we go, you know?
When he finished reading that script, he said to me, I want to make this movie. So from then, it was 3 months later, we were shooting.
Is it better to see one of these windows more drawn? I'm going to show you. Come back a bit. That way. Woo.
Good morning, Sam.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good morning. Good morning. Sam had always been my sights in the radar, and I happened to have seen a promo reel where George Clooney actually had given me permission to look at it for his film, where Sam's the lead, and this was George's directing debut, and I thought the guy is formidable.
I'm having a lot of fun with Ridley. I mean, he's a legendary director. Alien's one of my favorite films of all time, and I was supposed to work with Ridley a long time ago. We've had a few, we've almost connected and not quite. So finally we get to work together.
I had him in G.I. Jane, and he started the rehearsal, then he got ill or something, he couldn't do it. And so I never got to work with him, and then I thought, here we go again, this is perfect for Sam.
Good luck, everybody. Let's roll, please.
And action.
Is this Millsy Lembeck? Congratulations! You're a guaranteed winner of one of 3 fabulous prizes. It's okay if you don't remember entering the contest, ma'am. You've won. Yeah.
Got it? Good? Very good.
That's just a friendly reminder to watch those cell phones and beepers and everything. Don't want to be embarrassed on day one.
Ridley doesn't see the world the way the rest of the people see the world. We went to location after location on this movie, and we'd sort of walk into these sort of pedantic, normal homes and locations and look at them, and Ridley saw something that the rest of us didn't see. So when you actually look at the movie, there are some instances where we would walk into, for example, Roy's office, and there's a shot in the movie where the camera is set up low on the desk, catching the light and the kick coming off of the desk and the reflection of everything, and really capturing sort of the dullness of Los Angeles outside the window. None of us would have seen that. We would have walked into the room and seen a desk. But Ridley, where he chose to place the camera, completely augmented the tone of the scene and the style of the scene. And there are lots of instances like that throughout the entire movie, where he took something that if you actually showed up on the location, you would just go, wow, this is kind of gross and dull and dingy, and turned it into something that was completely visually stimulating and added to the movie completely more than anyone ever would have thought.
Next, check the gate. The right is smiling, so that's a good sign.
I don't know if you noticed that Allison is coming in for a little hair makeup run through today. Our girl, Angela. She's just put up, just so you know that she's going to be on campus. We should lock it up and go. She wanted to come and see where her dad works.
You want that sort of obnoxious guy in this one?
Oh, yeah, totally.
You want that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
great,
yeah,
okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna need to clear everybody. No moving in here, light colors and everything. Okay, pictures up. Fill the air. Here we go. Let's.
I thought that the hard thing was going to be finding a 14-year-old who was a key in the whole process. In other words, Nick's daughter. And Alison Lohman suddenly came into sight, and I met with her and thought, without any question, she was it. This is a very unusually talented young lady who I didn't discover till after the interview was actually 22. And she walked through the door without telling me as a 14-year-old. She had her hair up in these funny little pigtails, and I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Cut
Good
it.
morning.
Cut it.
Cutting.
Okay, we can do a slightly better. You did as well as you could
We're
there,
gonna
I
go
thought,
again.
keeping it alive. Cut it.
Cutting. Air on, please.
I don't have, I think, Ridley's wide-angle imagination. Movies I had been watching when thinking about Matchstick Men are all, I guess, on a different aspect ratio than Matchstick Men is, or sort of than Ridley's work is. So I got very excited because I realized, wait, we're going to be in Dodger Stadium and we're going to have this massive horizon, and it's going to be actually a bigger movie than I imagined.
Those things are what makes the film bigger, larger than life, is the Dodger Stadium. When we could have shot it at the office, at a bar. So why not go to the Dodger Stadium? Because in film terms, it's big. And I'd put one shed here, and one shed there. Cars pulling here, so then they can function underneath, shouting at each other. So I've got shadow and shadow. She's watching from over there.
Ridley wanted a certain perspective of the city that he'd seen before. Where he'd seen it before was he was scouting another film for Warner Brothers that he was putting together called I Am Legend, which he was going to do. Well, where they'd scouted was where we put the camera for the drive-up shot when they come back from the con and the cars pull into the parking lot. Ridley, once again, had remembered that image from his previous scout and really wanted to try to incorporate it.
Rehearsal, ready, and action, Sam.
What did you do? I said walk him to the plane. Did you walk him to the plane?
I told you security. You gotta have a ticket to go to the gate.
Did you see him go through security?
Yes.
Well, did you wait for his plane to leave the gate?
You told me to walk him there. I walked.
Ridley's reputation was absolutely awful. He had legendarily a bad temper, and which is the farthest thing from the truth that I've ever experienced. He's like I said before, he's the nicest, sweetest, most gentlemanly and professional man I've ever been able to deal with.
I'd heard, I knew that, and he would readily admit that he was much more of a terror in his own time some years before, and that he has mellowed out a bit.
This is going to be full bore. Full bore volatile.
Rolling. And action.
What did you do? I said walk him to the plane. Did you walk him to the plane?
I told you that you can't get this. It's security. You can't get.
Did you see him go through security?
Yeah.
Well, then did you wait for the plane to leave the gate? My daughter was there today.
I'm not the one who pimped her into the.
What?
I said I'm not the one who pimped her into the grip. Don't tell me.
On the day of the camera jam, that was pretty much the only time in the whole show that he got pretty pissed off, and I got to see the other side of Ridley.
Cut it. Camera jam. Great. Very good. Fantastic. When you hit the word scenes, and you're flying, it's a disaster when a camera jams. There was so much anger and fury attached to Roy having been almost caught out because of Frank's carelessness. And so the whole thing winds up and a camera jams. So, that's just one of those things where you want to go and kick the wall.
Okay.
So I reckon Sam will come on about how many steps ahead of us? 6 steps, Sam. Just come on. That's a good size. Good size. So, Sam, come on the step which maintains this distance. On you come. Here we go.
I'm trying here.
Yeah, good. Now turn back here.
In this particular movie, Ridley decided to really shoot quickly. I think it was part of the feeling and the energy of the film that he wanted to shoot fast. And he warned his cast that when you hit the set, you better be ready to go, because I'm really going to shoot and move. He did very few takes, and the energy stayed high, and I think it shows in the film that there's a spontaneity and an energy that keeps propelling the movie.
Ridley is not a director that believes in 18 takes. He's not a director that believes in burning out your actors. He's a director that actually believes in getting the takes in 2 or 3 takes and moving on to the next shot.
And that creates also another energy, because the first take, the actors are out there and they're giving it their all. They're playing, they're having fun, and they're doing it for real. And in fact, the good work's coming out right away. And everybody's satisfied right away, boom, move on. It just brings an energy to the entire crew, and they just start working faster as a routine, because you start to get in a rhythm thinking, we're just setting this up, we're shooting, we're breaking it down, we're moving to the next shot. And that just starts building on itself and creates a rhythm of its own.
Check it. Cut it.
Sometimes when you speed up on a movie, strangely enough, that creates problems of their own, which is that what are we now going to move up and shoot sooner than we thought, because we're advancing ahead in the schedule.
And all this is all pre-Allison?
Well,
You had to keep everybody on their toes. You have to have every actor on hold and standing by waiting to come in. You have to have, wardrobe has to be ready. Every department is affected by working with such efficiency. And at first it was like, oh no, you're not going to do that to us again, are you?
Hello.
Everybody on that project wanted to work hard and fast for Ridley. And they were paid off because we didn't have to work long days. This is one industry where it's sort of normal for people to work 14 hours, which is absurd, because where else in any industry in a free world should you be working 14 hours a day? You shouldn't be. And Ridley's a firm believer in that.
Cut it.
Cut it.
They turn and he guns it forward, and you can be outside the car then. You don't have, except I was hoping to take this out and see if you check the peer through the windscreen.
Yeah.
Right?
Carlos, would you stand in front of the car for a second? What? Stand in front of the car.
Here you go.
Come.
And here you go. Motherfucker! Shut! Get you whore bitch! Just play acting.
When I was standing in the pool, I said, "Can I look inside the house?" Because to the couple who owned the house. I went into the house. There's the living room, and so we literally measure that house up, readjust and reproduce it in the studio.
It just made a whole lot more sense to build it than to be showing up on location for 3 weeks and getting in the way of the locals. And as Ridley said, on your first day on location, you're exotic and people want to kind of come up and touch you and see what it's all about. And by the second day, that's done. And they just want you out of there because you're a pain in the ass.
By having a set, it means I can pull this wall out for one, stand the camera right here. I can light it for night. Then the only irony was having to build the swimming pool in the studio. But I think it was the right thing to do because the pool becomes a character.
Pictures up. All right, guys, pictures up. Pictures up. Rolling. Fire in the hole.
Angela, put it down. I'll take care of this.
Hey, you know how to use that thing, sweetie?
Oh, God! Okay.
Also, the pool becomes the lighting source for the room at night, so it's always present.
Cut it. Cutting. Good. Bruce, you okay? Yeah. You really look great.
That was really good.
You all right?
The house moved.
Cutting. It's the one. It's the one. Check. Checking that game. Checking the game.
It was great fun. I think for Ridley, it was a chance to remove virtually all of the logistical elements that he'd had from his last 3 movies. He could just put all of that aside and just kind of enjoy the process of working with actors in a room. I don't want to characterize it as saying that it was easy for him, but I think he had a really good time because he could focus on things exclusively that maybe where he'd had a whole lot of other stuff to worry about on some of the other movies that he's made.
I'm proud of the work we all did together. I think that it was a great team, and it couldn't have been done if there was one element that was different. There was just this mixture of people, you know, Ridley and Allison and Sam and, you know, the whole crew, and I mean, it was a great group, you know. I mean, they're all pros, and it goes off without a hitch, and you feel confident that you can dig deeper because you're not going to be doing it a million times. So I was lucky that way.
Pickle even the strongest of men. I once saw a Castilian prize fight.
Okay. That's what's really cool. Kid with a cigar in his mouth. Ready?
All right, watching. Quiet, please, everybody. Here we go.
Okay, ready? And just walk through it, Albert. Save it. Just walk through it. Blah, blah, blah. Quiet, please.
Quiet, please.
Max, did he ever tell you why I like making wine so much?
Albert I met when I did my first film called The Duelist, and Albert did it for nothing. So I sent him a crate of wine, which is a good start, right? And that's how I met him. I was concerned because Albert's so spectacular that Freddie might become intimidated by Uncle Henry. But Albert's so generous that you felt there was a real bond between the uncle and the kid.
Watch out, stay there. Here we go. Watching, and Philippe, on your own.
Attention. 1, 2, 3.
All right, cameras, how was that, Ridley? How was that?
Let's see that again. She needs to fake a wobble, actually. She needs to fake a feigned shock.
Watching, and
1,
2,
2, 3.
That little wobble helps a lot, doesn't it? Right here. Where we have them a long way apart, like that. She's here. She comes into shot where there's plenty of time for, but it gives her a chance to do a bit of a reaction.
The thing that I would say is that the ones down the hill aren't going to be any good, really, are they?
I think the last 2 are the best ones, don't you?
By a mile.
You want to do one more?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, what do you see out the window? Anything or nothing?
To go up the top and come down by far is the best way of doing it.
Yeah. Well, let's just scoot up and do that.
Let's do that. Do one more.
Yeah. Cool.
Reloading cameras, do one more.
Righto.
48, Mike, take 3. Common marker.
What I figured was that the house had to not let him go. That's what I wanted. Because it's not in the book. The diving board snapping isn't in the book.
and action.
Once he goes down that pool, I've then got to dig a pool in a field around the corner. I had to dig the bloody pool and actually concrete the sides and match it from below so I can intercut top and bottom.
But not enough of calcium.
It looks like on paper it's nothing. It's a lot because I have to deepen it with digital. So I take out the steps at the far end and deepen the pool. So we need to do your dialogue fairly quickly.
Yeah.
After lunch. After lunch you're going to get Philippe?
Why don't we just cancel lunch today? We cancel lunch but finish at like 5 o'clock and buy everybody a beer.
3, 2, 1, action. 2.
Oh, so right, so we're just there. I've got to make up another 2 feet, don't I?
Why don't we position that plastic chair slightly better so you don't hit you, poke you in the eye. That plastic chair could push up a little bit. You'll roll out of the way of this deluge. You're going to duck into it and get hit in the back.
I'll stand here, and then I've got to do a 360 into that.
Yeah.
We did test to see if Ridley was going to be happy with the amount of water that was coming out, if it looked realistic enough to actually, fill the pool within that short period of time that afternoon, and also, realistic enough to hit him and knock him over.
We better shoot. Roll.
So the tennis match came about actually because Ridley is a great lover of tennis. And he was bemoaning to me over a glass of red wine that we didn't have any battle sequences in the movie. So he had nothing to fall back on if things weren't going so well. And so I made the suggestion that perhaps we find a way of getting these two unfit middle-aged men to go to war on the clay court, you know.
Tell me, is she otherwise spoken for?
Yes. She was once.
There's a reason why Ridley had asked Russell to be in the film. There's a reason why Russell wanted to be in the film. The two of them like working with each other, and they bring out the best on screen.
We do have the fluidity to discuss anything freely. That's what actually is the benefit of working together again. And he gives me the license to question him because he likes to know that he's thought of everything. So if he hasn't thought of everything, he doesn't want me to tell him later on. He wants me to tell him in the moment.
Because one of the things I'm not happy with at all is your funny date. Don't get it.
It's just nothing there.
Not that. We're missing a good big idea for that.
This is the thing that I've tried to emphasize to him. Is you can't have a romantic comedy and choose to not to have any romance. What I was trying to suggest on the Saturday is that let's not get caught up too much in the le coin perdu. It's almost like
something else.
That's halfway through the movie.
Shouldn't be the goal.
Somebody described it the other day as discussion between peers. For me, it's a very complimentary thing to say. We like each other. We like having fun. We like making movies.
It's rumored that she will let no man near her heart.
Then we had the problem of, okay, so what sort of court are we going to do? Ridley and I were like, it's got to be clay, with the grit, with the gravel, and bits of tape that are all mouldy and coming up, and nails, and, you know, it's really got to be like that. So that's what we did. It was a nightmare because they don't have clay courts in the south of France because of the weather, because it cracks and it's too hard to look after it. So it was quite difficult.
Okay, does someone stand here?
My brother-in-law actually is a tennis coach, and I called him up and I just said, we need some fabulous wooden posts. And he said, well, actually, we've just taken down the posts from the tennis club. They're the ones that come from centre court from Wimbledon. So the posts that we actually have on the movie are from Wimbledon centre court.
And Russell Crowe was just great. I mean, him and Didier, but him especially, the way he just ad-libbed with the dog and stuff like that, it was hilarious. The dog actually wasn't even scripted to be in the scene, but what had happened was Ridley Scott is the one that asked for the Jack Russell, and I think because he's got a couple Jack Russells.
Well, I'm a Jack Russell fanatic. I have 2 Jacks, and unfortunately, I would never take them on location in case I lost them. I couldn't bear that if I lost them.
Rolling. He goes, gosh, he says, you know, we're going to be kind of wide. Can we put the dog in? So we put her in. Of course, she went after them every single ball.
The dog was so smart that it didn't take any time at all. It would just do things. I liked him so much that he just became a little character.
With the ball.
Careful there, mind the steps. I just rehearsed about 3 hours. We talked through the scenes, you know, with the boy, and so we didn't rehearse a great deal, no. I mean, I quite like rehearsing, but it's not always necessary.
As you're talking about it. So what do you see up there?
What do you see up there?
Actors love to move quickly. This is rubbish that they have to rehearse and rehearse and rehearse. They don't. I like to have them slightly on edge because I'm going to shoot. I'm going to rehearse on film. And providing everyone knows where everything is and get the marks of the focus and all that thing, we just do it.
Great, I got it.
When you get here, I want you to start, when you get here, I want you to start looking like that and go up like that barrel.
He's great, you know, and you can always trust him. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't pressurize you. He doesn't say, oh, you know, you got to do this and this and this. He's more calm and relaxed, but he does tell you the truth.
All right. This prepped. This prepped.
The native yeasts in your cellar are converting the sugar inside the grapes to alcohol.
He brings that magnificent poetry with devotion for each and every grape.
on se tient prêt pour une répétition, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, I'm hoping she'll swing you around more this way. Yeah.
50.
The beat lady, you should pull in.
Oh, okay. Before the lift.
Faites attention, you try to kill me, I try to kill you.
Bravo.
Faites attention, you try to kill me, I try to kill you.
Bravo, joli.
Rolling video, ready? Cut straight away. Set it up again quickly, please, Matt. Thank you. All right, first positions, everybody.
I think your inclination is to have regret.
Okay.
Go for that.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, well, the Didier will be standing there. Didier is standing there waiting. I'm going to go, woo!
That's fine.
Ready? Who's going to do the bar?
Okay, we'll walk into this, okay?
And I think in the dining area, you should have them that lit like a glow from the almost above.
Yeah.
We don't have to announce them, we just have them.
There's a pumpkin thing.
Wow. Okay.
And there's aubergine.
I think the whole presentation is beautiful. I see. What a worm. I think that's good. Oh my God, it's real. Ludovine's in the kitchen coming with the final two parts of the main course. That part, that's pretty heavy. Can you carry that one? Good. No, you have it. That's fine. Ludivine is a great character that on paper was always a little bit underdeveloped.
Yes, I was just thinking.
Gradually we found her role. And it was really cool because you can't rehearse that kind of thing. You do it on a daily basis. To some extent, you remind me a little bit of almost the French version of Lucille Ball.
Hello, Maxi.
Place de départ. Ouais, on garde les épaules pour le...
And the bike should go, no, the bike will be in front of the cafe out like that. Yeah. Well found, mate. And the color of the bikes are beautiful. Right, let's do it. Shoot it. I went one night for dinner with Peter and his wife. They took me to Kukra and I had a great dinner there. And I also remember the bassin, which was about the size of 4 tennis courts. The village kind of, I think, used to gather there at one point because all the cafes around it, and then the smaller village around that.
Et la jolie cloche, ding dang dong, mais boum.
I wanted France to be acknowledged as having given us some great characters, certainly artistically, like Henri Latigue is a great photographer, Brigitte Bardot was pretty good. I had some Truffaut in there, and I had some Jacques Tati in there as kind of icons of, you know, the visual arts. And the French can do this sometimes. They won't just have a little concert. They'll evolve into some kind of experience. So that brings the idea forward into being a little bit more 21st century than the village. I didn't want to do the village dance. It was just too whimsical. I wanted to avoid whimsy wherever I could. Maybe it's slightly reordering, given the context of where you are right now, which is teasing, and even there's what I consider as a degree of praising each other, and even shyness, which I thought was really interesting. It was nice. Yeah? Yeah.
Have I told you you're magnificent?
Oui, from the bottom of the pool when you were peeking at my skirt.
Ah.
You know, someone was asking me the other day, does this film, you know, look like what you thought it was going to look like? And I said, absolutely not, and I'm glad about that, because that's what Ridley Scott does. Ridley Scott comes in and he puts the camera in a place that you would never think about. And he puts a lens on that you'd never think about. He'd put a filter on and he'd light it in a certain way, and all of a sudden you're like, this is incredible, you know? And he's doing things that I would have never imagined. That's the most exciting thing, is when you're, like I said, living alone with this thing and you're giving it out, and all of a sudden people are bringing their superior talents in a way to the material and elevating in a way that you could only dream about.
The only person I've ever loved was my Uncle Henry. I didn't contact him for the last 10 years of his life.
You know, Ridley is just an information junkie, and he's an unstoppable artistic force. It's a hard movie, I think, even for Ridley to make. There's a lot of locations, and these are gigantic scenes with lots of, you know, recreation of the period, the era, sonically and visually, and he's just master at getting us involved in a world, and he did that in a genius-like fashion in this film American Gangster.
I always location hunt, have to location hunt, because I'm saying I think a lot of people don't bother. I have to see everything because it's my homework. And my homework, I'm seeing the inside of places, I'm seeing the inside of houses, I'm seeing how people live, I'm seeing how people dress, and it's all information.
What Ridley does, he works very closely with Arthur Max, but as you know, Ridley was an art director himself. He went to art school, he storyboards, he paints, and he just gets going. There was a lot of locations. I think there was 112 locations.
I mean, I said, how many? He said, so. I said, damn, we've got to actually, we can't do that. We've got to cut them down, and when you go through them, you can't. So then what you try to do is actually do as many as possible in one spot by crossing the street and coming back inside a shop, down some stairs, but you're still moving.
Ridley, when he decided he'd make the movie, he didn't have very much time to make it because we had to, it's not easy, but it is quite difficult to shoot in all these locations and to dress them all and create clubs of the era and then go to Thailand and make that, you know, capture that in 5 days when it would take someone else 3 weeks.
Facing something like 180 locations and thinking how the hell we're going to get through that. The best thing to do is just begin. Take each day at a time, day by day. And gradually you're getting through it and you think, damn, we did 50 setups today, you know. And so eventually we're averaging like 40, 50 setups, which is fast.
And he captures this stuff and it's in his head. And he is a genius, a visualist. He understands, from my vantage point, dimensionality better than any filmmaker I've ever seen or had contact with ever. And in fact, his understanding of dimensionality is what got me to move from Los Angeles to New York to just be in his working process for the 5 or 6 months that we worked on the film.
I like working always with a minimum of three cameras anyway. So those 50 setups might only be 25 setups, except I'm covering within the setup. So you're finished. I mean, if you take a little bit more time to prep on 3 cameras, or if it's a big stunt, 11 cameras. And whilst it may take 45 minutes to set up, and then when you're ready, you say action, and you do 3 takes, 2 takes, and is everybody happy? And say, yeah, that's it. So you move on.
Either you're somebody or you're nobody. Be right back.
He really gives us a sense of the scope of Harlem. When Denzel blows this guy Tango away, who's threatening him, he captures the whole area of Harlem in a wide shot that you never could imagine. He's got, I don't know how many extras, it might be 1,000 extras. It feels at least like 1,000 extras. He's got 4 cameras at all times, and he's tapping them all. He's got a very good editorial mind. And he just makes everything so present and palpable. And I think that's the strength of the movie, actually, is the authentic quality of the film.
This movie, even though I'm not on the whole thing, has, 160 locations. We've been, all over the place, and it's great. I thought, just out of, natural balance of things, that this was going to be a nightmare, but I didn't care because it was such a great story and such a great character. Ridley, he couldn't be nicer. He couldn't be more impassioned. You know, he's manic in a way that's not destructive. He's manic in a very productive way. Constantly thinking, constantly being able to see through the story. He knows it backwards and forwards. And it's been collaborative. He's a very collaborative guy.
He gave propulsion, force, to a movie that has a narrative that is kind of spread out from different points of view. And you get to see how they work visually, but it's a gigantic production.
That's good. Okay, let's go again. That's lovely. Thank you very much.
You're dressing the street and you're dressing all the actors, and he gives direction to his secondary characters. He does long tracking shots that just keep going. He shoots his rehearsals because he likes the realness of it and he wants to move fast.
Cut to here, comes through in your hands already with intention. Then the next shot will be coming out. Glass everywhere. This is tempered glass that's going to just shatter in a tiny piece like a windscreen. So I've got one camera concentrate on Rory, another camera concentrate on here. We've got two cameras here like this.
And he was able to also compress what would have been a 175-page script into a real shooting script, because he finds a way to do these very interesting and original montages that cause you to be emotional in the most economic sort of time frame. His work ethic is so admirable. It literally gets me kind of emotional. He has some ability to just grasp large chunks and wrap his arm around them and get us in that world. And I've never seen anything like it.
I don't care about cultural and security issues, and I don't care if Honey trusts me or not. What he will do is he will thank me in the long run. Fuck it. Hold on. Buddy!
Action!
Oh, buddy, you're home. You got a corkscrew?
Jesus Christ, Eddie scared the shit out of me.
You know, they say you should not drink red wine in the desert.
Oh, fantastic. He was the engine of the scene. Now Sabrina go.
I guess I've always felt like if we make this movie, Ridley and Russell and I, that it would be kind of the gladiator version of Robin Hood. You know, I wanted to experience the Crusades, experience a really brutal time.
I was kind of worried about Wales because of 9 days, and it's entirely impractical because you've got moving water, moving boats, horses, troops in armor. So if you fall down in 7 feet of water, you're going to drown. It was a nightmare. Horses rearing, jumping around.
A lot of discussion and really evaluating where to put our resources. Then models, making models.
We just need to, you know, obviously, you need to make the decision. It's attention.
Bounced it in the car, but it's all there.
Cheers.
We scouted for sites for Nottingham Town. The important thing there was to find a site where we could do most anything we wanted to do, as well as having a lot of very mature oak trees of great beauty.
How old is he, do you reckon?
That one there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably 600 or 700 years old, that one.
We had a lot of cooperation from the National Trust, and we managed to get permission to use some of their forests, but we weren't allowed to disturb the ground, which is a great limitation when you're trying to build a whole town. So in the course of our scoutings, we covered different areas, and in one particular area, not too far from the studio, we found a private estate with ancient oaks and rolling fields and a beautiful topography and stream, with a very cooperative landlord who was very interested in film and allowed us to actually do everything we needed to do.
Dress.
And we've got John's bedroom and Eleanor's chamber here. Ridley, as a filmmaker, his emphasis is really on the density of the world that we're in, whether it's ancient world or future world or present world. It's like the attention to detail in the minutiae within the context of a much larger environment. For me, it's trying to create a 360-degree world that actors can immerse themselves within.
There's a luster on this of like granite, yeah.
And then there'll be an age on this, we'll take it down so it's not uniform.
Dust over the top of the wall.
Yeah, John, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay, right.
But generally fine. I think it needs a bit of age.
So this is what Tuck makes himself on the side.
And he could make that.
Elder. She'll have elder wine.
Yes.
Smells great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's lovely. I'll show animals, I'll show anything that is relevant to my department, and I hold it in the prop room, and it's quite a big affair, and we try to segregate different sections of the film and put things together that I think go well together.
There they are. Yeah. Who's that?
Tula.
Hey, Sheila.
This is Tula, this is Orsini.
Oh, look at that. There's a Jack. Is that Jack?
Yeah.
What a beauty.
Oh, look at that fluffy. Oh my God, I want that one.
The big
look at the
one.
big bear.
Who's he? Who's this one?
Ridley loves all that, and the more you can give him, the better. And you do need to think slightly outside the box, and that's what he likes, and that's what I like, and that's what everybody that works on this film likes.
The problem with science fiction is we all feed off each other. That's why they all start to look the same. How do I do this different? How do I get your attention? Have you have bad dreams and bad chills? That's really kind of stopped me doing science fiction, because I thought, you know, how is it going to be different? How is it going to be new? We've tackled a lot of new ground, which open up the door to a kind of different form of thinking. Get bolder, get braver, dare to talk about who made us and who made them. I said I have an idea for a follow-through on the original 4 Aliens, because you really wrung it dry. 4 films on Alien as a franchise is pretty good. Inevitably, it's a prequel. There's one question no one asked in all 4 movies, much to my amazement and surprise. No one said, who's the big guy in the seat that became known as the space jockey? I don't know who gave it that name. Somebody called it a space jockey. It's not in the film. This guy sitting in his chair in the middle of this craft, clearly a craft, was a big question. Who was that? Then that evolved. And from that evolution, I pitched to Fox, and Fox said, wow, that's a really interesting idea. And that's where we started to evolve into Previsitation. Have we been previsited before? And the more you climb into it, the more you realize it's entirely logical.
The notion that our gods really came not from the heavens, but from the stars, from other worlds. And, you know, there's sort of no shortage, obviously, of this kind of theorizing and mythologizing, from relatively serious scholarship to wild conspiracy theories, saying that the pyramids, the Inca temples, the Greek astronomers, all of this ancient wisdom, these old accomplishments, were assisted by powers from beyond the stars, that we ourselves were shaped by something else.
It's entirely illogical to believe that we haven't been visited before, because there's 2 points of arrogance attached to that idea. One is to believe that we're it in this entire galaxy. There has to be more, not humanoids necessarily, but more other life forms. And it's arrogant for us to believe that we are superlative, as opposed to we may be minor. I came up with saying, what happens if these guys exist, and if they do exist, who were they? And I always figured that pilot was flying a battleship, and the battleship was a carrier of deadly objects. The deadly objects were the eggs and the eggs were the DNA that would be carried out to destroy, would be used to destroy. What would they be destroying? And this will be Holloway. Are you seeing this?
Coming down the ramp?
Yeah, that's when you go to the Magellan Bridge. If there's 6 people, I'm going to have 6 helmets, all got screens on them, all moving. A very good example of their race, so he's kind of like perfection.
Yeah.
Right. Why would you want to find out about who these people are and who made this and who made what? I tend to lob in kind of little milestones in the story saying, there's this and this and this, and when it rams it, guess what? It doesn't destroy it. It comes down, bounces, it bowls it, so it goes down, hits the ground, starts to roll like a frisbee across the landscape, and then rolls after them. I come up with those ridiculously large ideas because mainly I think I can pull that off. Then it's how do you organically roll those into it.
He spitballs freely and creatively all the time, and always visually. He's always sketching and drawing. So that iterative process had been underway for months. We would sit and talk, and he would draw things, and sometimes just stuff he was making up off the cuff, and often things ruinous to the story that I'd written for that week. I'd bring in pages, and he would kick my sandcastle down because what if this was happening? What if there was a, what do they call that thing where they model a solar system like an orrery? He's like, what if there was an orrery? And I'm like, what would that look like? And he starts sketching, and then I have to figure out what that is and what its meaning in the story will be and what role it will play. And so I throw my pages away and go write new pages. This is an early draft of the script, which I wrote and rewrote and handed in again and again. And this one is one that's been marked up by Ridley himself. And in the early going, you can see the fine detail on which he offered feedback and had strong opinions about individual images, individual words, shadows and light, everything. And I would go through and sort of implement his notes, and highlighting is me telling myself I've done the work I need to do. So we got the side notes, the complimentary ones, better, this is great, but watch out, don't get too much like this. So you get notes as general as, come on, do better than this, be more mysterious, and notes as specific as, I hate this word, use another word. Once the story got about 4 drafts in, we started staffing up, and Arthur Max came aboard as our production designer, and artists under him, and really began to push the design of the film.
It's very difficult to build a world of science fiction when you have only a static object and a room to begin with.
I would literally come in and write some new pages, come in and talk to people about them. Ridley would go home, and I'd go down to the art room and I'd hang out with Arthur and his artists, and we'd sip a glass of wine and talk about the monsters and what they ought to be like and how we think the scene really looks. And I would go home and come back in at 9:30 the next morning, and there would be paintings this wide on the wall of the scene I wrote the day before. Often I'd walk into that room of artists and I would see Ridley's footprints, and there'd be post-it notes and guys saying, that's got to come down, and Ridley wants this head shaped like that, and this needs to be whiter, and that needs to be desexualized, and this needs to be darker and more haunted looking. And artists would be tearing stuff up because Ridley'd been through and reinventing it with his vision stamped on it, and then I would see that vision and see where Ridley was going and carry that home when I wrote my new pages.
And as a fleck, they can go away and there'll just be a plastic window which will come back up if you want it. Screens will probably be just that simple, right?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is reinvent the facehugger. Right. Okay. And then off that over-rich stew, Lindelof comes in and goes, I really like the script, but we could do this, 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 and this. And so Lindelof will go, carves through it, and suddenly I've got a 3-act piece. 3-act selling tool that I can make into a 3-act film. Maybe it's a day later as they're trudging to the next silo, you have the birth of the silverfish that comes out of the body of the engineer and comes for her. I think that's the end on the end. They are religious, because the whole story is about who made them.
Yeah.
God made them.
To be engaged in that act of world creation is a huge turn on for any writer, and then on top of that, to be engaged in that in collaboration with a filmmaker of the magnitude and skill of Ridley Scott and the team that he assembled. It's just a gift.
Hey, how you doing?
monsters are difficult because every goddamn hideous monster has been explored. Monsters. These are beautiful. Until somebody comes up with something that's different, you go, that's different.
The discussions were roundtable discussions. Everybody had an opinion.
I was thinking that the four tentacles of having it just moving around would be really good acting. It would give you your options, that's all.
The design was one of the things I really enjoyed doing. And so between Arthur Max and finding his team, he got in these designers who are kind of cyber world designers. They design stuff on these marvelous laptops. Arthur chose, literally handpicked, I think, honestly, 5 of the best in the business. Absolutely superlative capabilities. And because I can draw, and also there's many reference photographs that Arthur and I always work with a lot of reference photographs, saying like this, like that, but not like that, physically like this, but not like that. And then, so you're suddenly getting absolute points of reference, saying, do me a sketch of this. I don't want it like that because I've done that before. So how do you get off on something which looks slightly different? It's really hard.
That's a great little sketch.
Yeah. Thank God for art school.
Yeah.
We would have meetings, and then John Spates would come in and work with Arthur and us, and Ridley too. It was interesting where I've never had an experience where a director would sit next to me and literally draw, and I would draw and he would draw, and then he'd say, "What do you think of this?" And then we'd flesh it out more, and then show it to him, and he'd draw back over it. Very few people are true artists in this industry, and he is one of them. He could design the whole movie himself if he had the time.
People came and went very freely, and ideas changed as people came and went and encountered the latest thinking, and there was an open forum for discussion. That was, I think, very healthy and fertile.
I would go in there on a regular basis for a period of almost 4 months, actually, designing the absoluteness of the landscapes, the interior of the ships, the rooms, the suits, the creatures that we might see. Everything was designed here with 4 or 5 people.
Hello. Hi.
Wow.
Ridley would come by with, you knew Ridley was coming because a tray of red wine would show up, and with enough glasses for everyone. And I guess Ridley's going to come by.
I love the conglomeration of people in the headsets.
To be working on such a grand franchise, you wouldn't necessarily expect the process to be so intimate and kind of friendly, but it was. It was really nice.
You get an A for attitude. And he just thought that was all great. These are storyboards that are drawn by Ridley. And some of them are just simple diagrams, helping to think through set designs and ideas for intercutting between characters and actions and locations in the movie. And it's really a blueprint, a very simple blueprint at this stage, to plan the movie.
This is his flight suit, this is his pressure suit. Oh, it's nice, huh? There's his pressure suit.
Yeah.
But I took off this, which is yours, to say, how does he slide into the shell? That's a shell.
Holding out.
You look like a baby. A bad baby, okay.
I know.
Okay. Anyway, it's a thought. He saw what I was doing. I think he thought I was so far down the road. I think he was a bit amazed at how things have changed now, how fast things are moving. And honestly, we just had to move quickly and move on. And there's a couple of drawings here and there that he did which are kind of interesting, but fundamentally I just didn't have time. I had to move. But I hope he likes the film, because it's still based on his original origins of him are in this film, which is the guy in the chair. And who's the space jockey? That will always be H.R. Giger. I don't like to repeat myself. So you're constantly evolving with these guys who are really great creators in their own right. So frequently we'll just talk or scribble saying, no, like this or like that. We've now got such a marvelous wealth of encyclopedic wealth of information on any laptop. Like we designed a thing, and this is called the trilobite, by just going into deep sea things and looking at things which are marvelous details. God's the best designer in the world. You can't do better than God. Can I do a combination of the veins plus this? Because this is changing cranium. England was the attractive place because it was 20% on spend, so it's a great tax rebate. You're still working with the same, talented artisans, chippies, carpenters, highly skilled plasterers, highly skilled painters. The whole team there, the whole bag of goodies when you go to England is, I would think now, the best in the world. Anyway, almost covering all categories and all trades. It's where trade passes into art. And also working with the English crews is kind of nice, it's good fun.
Have a cup of tea, just keep the operators here.
We ended up in Pinewood, which is, that said, I've never worked on this since I did Legend. So we had the Bond stage, which of course is 40% longer than H stage at Shepperton. So I fundamentally booked the Bond stage for 10 months and 5 other stages. So we also had the backlot. Enough of a backlot to do some pretty marvelous stuff from the belly of the Prometheus. You've got this garage which lowers itself down. It's like almost hangar size, out of which the ATVs come and the buses, which take our people onto the planet, and everything else was a green screen.
Ridley's a great innovator, but a lot of it is on the moment. He suddenly sees something, and that creates an idea in his head, and he suddenly wants that, and it's reacting. It's reacting to the speed at which Ridley wants to shoot. Is probably the biggest challenge, and he keeps every department on their toes.
Neil, have you got a Wagner on a stick? Yeah.
Ridley is a force to be reckoned with. He has the most amazing enthusiasm for what he's doing. The crew are infected with that enthusiasm, and everybody goes along for the ride, and he keeps everybody at it all day long.
Shooting 3D and seeing 3D on the experience on the floor with these big monitors, where in my little tent I'd have 3 or 4 big 3D monitors. So it's real time shooting 3D. And then when I'm editing, I'm actually editing 3D. So I don't know what the problem was. It helped having Dariusz Wolski.
What's necessary for 3D is that when you have 4 rigs, I had to have an instant switch to watch 8 cameras, which is left eye, right of every rig at every time. 2D, because that monitors my lighting and monitors if the lenses are in focus. Then all this stuff has to be rigged to the stereo card, and then everything has to be fed back to the video playback, and that has to come back to 2 big 3D monitors that Ridley's watching next to me. And 4 2D monitors, he can watch 4 cameras at the same time, but also he can switch from one camera to another. So that requires a lot of cable and a lot of very, very, very intricate wiring.
It looks like a bad Heath Robinson, dodgy lash-up. This guy couldn't make his mind up when he was doing this thing, could he, right? No. When you have the hologram, is it going to be more spectacular with a low-key light, a glowing hologram? Now, I love this light.
When you work with Ridley, images are 3-dimensional. They always were. Look at Blade Runner. It was a 3-dimensional film. Some people shoot 2-dimensional films, but he always shot 3-dimensional movies. That there is a depth, that there is, there's a shadow, there's a light. You create dimensions in a lot of different ways. There's, 2,000 years of visual arts tradition.
I would actually just clear the corridor, yes, and just move around the bend.
Barry, let's start with turning this one up. When you go to spaces, like to Juggernaut, and then you try to create light that it's as invisible as possible. So just basically we've done a lot of stuff just with flashlights, just with lights in helmets, and And there was a constant battle of pushing each other because he says, "I just turn the lights off, let's use the flashlights," you know. So I said, "Great, I'm first for it, I'm game." But then, can I see the faces? Trying to invent invisible light that you actually register the faces when you need it. And that just took the courage from both of us, you know, how far you push it, where you back off, where you create a little light so you can just understand the story, and when you just turn them off, you know. It's a constant creative process. It's not like we're gonna sit down, so we're gonna do this, 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 and this. So it's constant reinventing the thing. Every day is new. He questions everything.
Which is better?
No, stay where you are.
So, Jared, here's the question. Is it better there, or is it worth doing this?
We go, take one, eh, Mark?
Darius is lighting it beautifully as well, so it's, you know, that's the other thing when you're working, you know, on a Ridley Scott film. I mean, the talent on set is pretty breathtaking, really. I mean, in all departments, you know, everyone's at the top of their game, and it's great to be able to come to work and just learn so much, you know, from just watching all the various departments, you know, going about their business.
There's a scene when we're on the ship and we're watching the screens, and there's something pretty intense happening on those screens, and I'm sure a lot of directors would have just, you know, saved the hassle and said, okay, on this screen that's happening, so just do it. But he's put together this series of animated shots almost of moments in the film, and they look incredible. It's basically the film but animated.
He creates an environment where, as an actor, you have so many tools. It was the scene where I'm watching my father go out into space and get killed, and it's supposed to play on this screen. It's just like a glass screen in front of me. But I was like, when are we shooting? Like, when are we getting to it? And the second AD was like, Ridley's still just trying to get some of the images for you so that we can throw it on the monitor for you to really see. And I was just like, who does that? So many other directors would just be like, this is your job. Like, bring me emotion. Like, your father is dying. There it is. Imagine. And he made a real effort to get as much of this animated footage of the sequence, to have that actually there on the day for me to kind of respond to.
Bring him around, take a closer look. That's what I'm going to use for my point of entry. Yannick's ship has this airlock, which, you know, easily could have been done in green screen on a stage, but Ridley has built it, and it makes a world of difference. Like, I'm looking at this thing like, wow.
Yeah. Get ready and action.
What Ridley often talks about is, it's not as though movies became three-dimensional the moment there was a 3D camera. That's ludicrous. No one goes to the movie theater thinking they're watching something flat. It works, and the better filmmaking works because you enter a world. You've always done that. That's always been part of what real filmmaking is about.
It's in such a big scale. There's so many technical things going on. There's so much stuff to deal with, but he doesn't miss anything, any detail.
Ridley is so intent on making this script great, and he has cast people who he hopes will help him. He just wants you to help him make a great movie. He's really hoping you will help flesh out the script and these characters and choreograph this dance with him that will be the best it can be, not just what he wants it to be.
This will be a hologram. You know, less is always better in these instances. Today, the makeup has even improved dramatically, but above all things, you can also redraw things digitally.
There's the Ridley factor, which is where Ridley will just come in and just throw a curveball, if you would call it that, and say, just grab that, do this, do that, and it will look great. And it goes against all of our plans, and we think that, you know, you sit there and think, crikey, you know, yeah, and then you look at it on the monitor and it looks incredible.
That's good, and swim away. That's a cut he's going to open up. Okay. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to do it. You ready? And tighten. Whoa. Oh, wow. Help me.
Move around.
And
lift the
grab
arm
it.
up.
Straighten out, break the arm. Break the fucking arm. Right.
Yeah.
That's it. Then fuck. Right. 2 moves.
All right, now,
3's too many.
He's always been a very hands-on, practical kind of director. So if you've got some kind of creature that's wrapping around an arm, he doesn't want to just give up and let it be a pure visual effect.
Tighten. Do it. No. Don't be subtle.
Okay, let's just wrap that round his arm and just pull it tight, just do it. And he's like, great, really? And it's, there it is, it's great.
The reptiles get onto Milburn's arm and actually, in effect, by just sheer leverage, snap his arm.
Oh, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, with lots of glue. Yeah. Now, I'll shoot it like that, where they all go separate. By the way, do not tell her what's going to happen. Sure. You're going to get one shot. Don't anyone tell her he's dead. You're not going to tell us tonight. She's going to go and have a look.
Don't show them the storyboards.
No. Just say, well, something like that.
Everybody hear that?
Don't let any actors see the storyboards today, guys.
Then it's when you get the jaw working with like the sharp, which will unhinge from.
When it gets to a point where she realizes that she is literally impregnated by Holloway with a very unusual embryo, so she has to go into this med pod and give herself to this machine to create and do a cesarean.
He's extracted out to there.
Yeah. He'll be in there.
He'll be in there, and then something will come in. It was pre-visualized, and it was a sequence that everybody involved used that shot-by-shot methodology in order to be able to do it, because there's an enormous amount of technology having to be laced through in order to be able to do that, because we didn't want to do rod removal or anything. We wanted to try and just shoot the whole thing for real. I think a squid, certainly from the mechanics of how we built him, the tentacles were based, movement was based on that. I think the animation of the previs was tremendous as far as giving him character.
Action! And scanner.
Stomach.
Come on, get it out!
Cut it. Very good. God, John Hurt got off lightly, didn't he? Prosthetics in this, and the makeup in this, absolutely phenomenal. I've never seen makeup like it that was applied to the engineers. That's pathetic. And again, hit it hard. You're missing the fucking glass. Come on. Ready?
Thanks.
That's a good one, okay? All right. And do it again. One more, last one. That's it. Open the door. Open the door. That good?
That is so scary!
The body will drop here, but I'm saying that's where one of these should be. Cut me off here if I'm the giant.
So we can take the platform out.
See the body, see the body fall in and thrash. This one, if you get it right in here, and Danny's over there, hit him and see his body going down there as well.
But if he goes wallop and then drops the head there,
oh yeah, fine.
Do you know what I mean? So my head there.
And he can run past that.
He can walk. He can walk between the head and Wayland, you mean? Action! Cut.
Well done.
Hold, reach. That's you, one. I think it should be a real wide angle. Wham! Just have to drop it on it. All right.
Yeah.
So now you're going to drive the ATV. That was shot in the valley in Iceland, where you're running around in what fundamentally is a volcanic cinder valley, and then you're going to put everything in around it. All I used was the ground. Arthur Max went in with his crew, and they laid out what was a causeway. This is the best unit I've worked with for a very, very, very long time. All of you. I mean, I know most of you anyway, but actually, it's been very enjoyable for me, particularly enjoyable, this film. And
what started out, every film's always a challenge, but you're such a great lot in knowing what you're doing that the whole thing's been a fantastic ride. Thank you very much. We got to the point now where we know what we want to do because we're there. We're about 2 hours and 8 minutes right now, which is fantastic. You might, out of this whole thing, slender 45 seconds, maybe a minute, if we're lucky. So we're already getting to the point of absolutely fine, super fine tuning. It really becomes the choices of the filmmakers, i.e. Pietro and I, to finally decide which hole it's going to go into. Right, that's what it is.
You feel good about it.
And it's good. Yeah, I feel very good about it. It's very unusual. It's different. The great thing about this film is it's really fresh. Because the reason why I didn't do science fiction for years was it was a recycling pot of familiar stuff and familiar ground, and rarely do you have something new. And I think what's interesting about this one is it feels new. I was wondering that when you got him going from her saying "I am now" to the screwdriver, what about cut to the door opening, boom, and Charlie's just standing there.
Instead of the screwdriver.
Yeah.
I thought so. I thought maybe just cut it in.
Just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Keep it moving. Yeah. You know what? Leave it as it is. It almost looks like that screwdriver opened the door, which is kind of amusing.
Let me show you. I mean, I can see what you think.
That's better. Better.
Let me add some head then.
Yeah. This is the Stanley Kubrick scene.
Yes, sir.
Because you think, there it is, fantastic, it looks great. You really got to watch how you project it, you really still got to watch your light. Otherwise it just, and looks like mush. How scary I'm allowed to be depends on what the MPAA say. Obviously that will always be a negotiation, but it's trying to keep up with what was the original, which was, in those days, was pretty hard R. The rules have changed today. You got to make sure you're covered, and then you've got to argue your case. It's pretty aggressive, pretty hairy.
If there is a discussion about the rating, they have to go back and go through the whole process of, showing different versions of like reduced cuts. But then it really comes down to the factors like, what movie do you want to release? Do you want to show a watered down version? I believe that what Ridley shot and the integrity of the scene should stay the way it is.
I've invested in the talent of Mark Stridenfeld for the last 3 or 4 movies, and he's done a marvelous score for us this time. This has been a real challenge for him because it's become a combination of symphonic. Mark comes from a point of view of having marvelous sounds. He's got great sounds in his head, not just musical things. He applies sounds to music, and I kind of like that way of thinking. But in this instance, you're almost obliged to address the fact that part of it has to be symphonic.
I thought that once we get into the sound design, that the sound design itself would be dramatic and used. So there will be parts where we won't have music, where the sound will do, the heavy lifting.
There's some great rhythms you've got. Play them up, because they're like machines, but they're almost musical. A bit more crisp with the door. Ching. Keep that morphine haze going.
Then surely they could save us.
It also makes them slightly
Haven't you told them they're all
sinister
gone?
Very
and intense.
They sound too much like your communal garden staple gun that you got on your desk.
Yeah.
I think you need a high-tech sound.
Yeah, a little bit more high-tech and complex.
Yeah, right. Keep the overlap stuff going in the truck.
What we could add is just maybe Holloway, a little bit more screams. We don't have anybody else talking, so maybe just Holloway, just a few.
Him chasing a cut. Did you miss that?
Ridley loves contrast. One of his favorite moments in the film is in the orrery when it just shuts down and David is left standing there. Ridley just loves that moment. And then, David starts to hear the sound of the heartbeat of the engineer.
The huge levels of dynamics we used were very effective. At the end, there's a large creature attacking somebody. You want him to be scary, you want him to be powerful. So you use certain sounds that will do that, and we would give weight to a lot of things, like if a big tentacle slaps the side of the thing, it's gonna be fat.
Ridley's definitely a visual director, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he has the most extraordinary vision. He really is able to create worlds that other people can't, but not at the expense of the actors.
Where you have all these funny little ideas and they all kind of start to interconnect, that's the most enjoyable moment. I think that's what is marvelous about my job. People say, well, you've been on this now 14 months, almost at delivery, which is actually pretty quick for this kind of movie. Do you never get bored? And I said, never, ever get bored, because every day has a whole new set of problems. You get to see your conception comes together and it lands, and you can polish that ball and make it beautiful.
Through, make a take through.
You're gonna get shot in the ass here. Okay, so yeah.
Getting a cheetah to run alongside a horse is impossible. That cheetah would jump on the horse and tear it apart. So that cheetah, of course, is put in digitally. So I had the cheetah do a run to his master, and then I had the horse do a run, and one overtook the other, so it's a pretty good digital effect. This is the only time I ever shot in the United States on this film, interestingly. This is where you see the truck take off into the side roads of the desert. So that, right there, those mesas, that's in Spain. That's not in America.
Somebody just come in here and crouch down, please.
I wanted to stay in Europe, this particular thing, so I never set foot in the United States at all. And so the entire film is made in Spain, although it looks like Albuquerque and Juarez and El Paso.
We haven't got feet to monitors and stuff yet, have we?
It would have been a lot easier to do if we'd gone to Texas and New Mexico or Arizona and actually into Mexico. But that would have been, way too easy. Anybody could have done that.
We did actually look at New Mexico and the New Mexico tax credits. So could we enhance our budget by going there? And we ran all the exercises on it. And actually, for what we were getting out of the tax credit, the additional cost, it just wasn't helping us. So we said, well, what if we go a UK-Spain model, Spain giving us the majority of exteriors and the UK giving us the majority of interiors, and taking full advantage of the UK tax credit, which enhanced the budget by, a good 20%, so we could put more money on the screen. Brought on a location department and said, okay, here's your challenge. If you choose to accept it, we are not going to go to New Mexico, Texas, or Mexico to shoot this film, and we're going to shoot it all in Europe.
Logistically very, very heavy. So you want Phil Ball across the street, onto this corner.
I think between the cabs, crosses.
Back, yeah. Back to that.
We need to move your car. It's really short. We need to move that car. Very good.
What about the weather?
Summer in Dallas.
It's amazing.
This is Dallas.
All around you. Touch wood, our exteriors.
The real challenge was to try and do the Mexican-Texas border and New Mexico in London and in Spain.
The National Park at Bardenas was a slam dunk, It just had the right feel of the southern United States. Maybe slightly more spectacular than some of it, but again, it had the right feel.
This thing needs tidying up, chaps. Yeah. This needs tidying up.
Okay, stand by, prevenidos.
Counselor, it's all in the words, and there's no actor would resist it. So I just said, listen, I don't want to say anything about it, just read it. I said, it got me in 2 hours. I flew to Albuquerque Monday. I shoot Monday afternoon. I want to do the movie. Do you want to do it? Yes or no? Next. And he said, you read it? He said, Jesus, it's the best dialogue I've ever read. I said, so you want to do it? That's the conversation. Fassbinder and I seem to get on very well, easily, and I'm a man of very few words, really.
Hey, it's the party, man.
Everyone finds their own way in doing the job that I do. Some are very vociferous, endless, and I'm not. I go straight to the point. Frequently, I'll use a point of reference. Michael will talk briefly about it and then go away, think about it, and then come back and discuss further. And by then, you can see the pegs going in the ground, that's what he's going to do. And, you know, that's what you want him to do.
He just gives you very clear, simple notes, practical notes, notes that you can use, and then the definite choices. But for the most part, he'll let you sort of ease your way through it. You know, he'll let you discover it. We talk a bit before we start. We have a rehearsal period of maybe a week and a half, which is mainly just sort of us sitting around as a group and getting a sense of a history. You know, like how long, like I said, I know Reiner. Where do we meet? You know, how do all these sort of characters know each other, and what's the biography of the character?
Okay, hold the buses now, please, guys.
Then start distilling who he is, what is he like, what is he dressed like. Is he too clever by far? Is he sympathetic? And I said, above all things, he is sympathetic.
How could you not trust me?
I was also checking them out.
Appraisals are not see it. Go home in on a woman who looks like is on her own. Go for her. Do you think jacket over your arm or
just
jacket
think
on?
that I think I was thinking about it, that it'll just look too casual. I think the fact that it's on makes it look.
Okay, fine. All right. Let's do one of each.
Let's do one of each?
One with, one without.
Okay.
I'll sweat you down a bit.
Hold set. 3 minutes. All plate, start yelling.
For Max.
Yeah, Ridley's calling you just over by the camera.
That was a pretty fabulous day that we were having. It's kind of like fast cars, fast cats, and we'll not say anything about the women who were there.
Adversity cheaters say so now, he's big.
Well, I suppose I could ask you if you got a rat in your pocket.
You're serious?
Do you believe he did that, or was it deliberate? Was something going on? So the out injection, the idea that was he involved in some fucking way? Was he stupid enough to try and pull this off? She obviously loves it here, so off that silence, the first line.
For me, it would be more, if I have, I would like to hold the moment of my moment of the view for the end.
Okay.
Because for me, it's more like, for Rainer.
Okay.
For me, it's more like, are you okay? Is it enough? Do you miss anything? Do you miss somebody?
Good.
Get the boys down.
Super.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I hang around and watch The Boys this afternoon? Do you mind if I sit with you and just watch I want to just see what it's all doing.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'll just sit and watch Michael and Javier do their scenes. I'm not working. I could go home, but I want to watch them work because they're so extraordinary in their process, and watching them, I'm like, wow.
No, I don't think so. If you had any serious money, you wouldn't be this jackpot.
And 2, and 3, and 4. And back in.
You were circling like that in a tight circle like this? Yeah. Just in this area here, just tapping, tap, tap, tap. Okay. Around the circle. As close as we can. Nice sea of silver. You can nick those for now. Just put the ball, take the big cup, put them over here, you know. Yeah.
I can make we're getting there.
Is that it?
Good position.
That's great.
L camera.
Well, counselor, how are you making it?
Right, here we go.
Hey, camera.
I never rehearse it, just shoot it. The key is just shoot. A few mistakes are always good, and particularly when they're aware of the fact they're being covered. So if the mistake happens, it's all captured, so you can use the mistake.
It's a little bit closer, just a fraction maybe.
Well, or can Toby just shuffle back a little bit more? There, how's that? Okay, let's go again. You guys coming around here? I think I'm very easy going on the floor with actors. I mean, I move a very fast set, and the actors at the end of the day love that speed that we work. Without question, they love to work fast. At the end of the day, think, geez, we did 50 steps. In a way, it's perfect for me because I'm a real visualist and I can really make things fly. I like just talking, like Thelma and Louise was talking. And so it's partly how you shoot it, you know, and you can't discuss that with people, you just do it.
Cameras are running.
So I knew somewhere in here the words and the characters deserved to be epic, and so what was always in my mind was a kind of big movie, not a small movie. Maxie, I think close to the Jeep with him.
When you think you're really in the know and you've done all your homework and you think you got it and your conception is what it should be, he'll come up to you and completely 180 it. And you know, you realize that, well, that's very pedestrian, what you've been thinking. There's a whole different way of looking at this world they're in and all the different characters and sizing them up. And that's the brilliance of him, I think, is that it's always, whatever the genre and era, he's got a take on it that's very fresh, completely personalized vision that he's completely proselytizing about. Because he's just bored with it as it's been shown time and time again and wants to do something new and fresh.
Get out, walk towards us.
So we're going to see that way as she drives up.
Do it whichever way it gives us a really nice backlight, probably from the army base looking back up that way.
On every Ridley Scott film, the style is somewhat heightened. It's Ridley's forte, and I think also with Darius, he buys into that and enjoys the challenge.
Just shrink it, guys. Shrink it, shrink it, shrink it, shrink it, shrink it. That's good.
This is getting really slow, guys.
Right, drop the camera down low.
I think very much wanting it to still be absolutely real, but having fun with the characters. And so that involved every aspect of the characters, the costume of the characters, the houses these characters live in, the cars these characters drive, the restaurants these characters have, and not to mention the pets these characters have.
It's like a masterclass each day. It's just fantastic to watch him work and watch him work with each department and just see how in awe everybody is in each department. So it's a very special opportunity. So there was no way I was going to miss that.
You go to the set and he will say, what do you thought of the scene? How would you like to play it? And I said, well, I don't know, maybe I thought that I would like to do this and that. Okay, don't worry, boom, 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 boom. He put it all together.
So this could be. Was here.
Exactly, we were there.
They were there.
They were there. This is the dance floor. Okay. We're shooting. He gives you these notes that are gold, tells you 2-3 things that really, helps you to really fly up high and say, okay, I know what I'm doing. And then everything is covered, and it's okay, we're done, bye. I don't know, it's really amazing. I don't know how to explain it. For an actor, it's like a gift.
Anyway, the other big space heater is the bandstand.
I think what I'm gonna do is take the wall out and get rid of the hallway. Yeah. I feel like I'm telling the story to him, so I can move back and forth.
I think to have a geography, it's good that it happened here.
Yeah.
It's really important, okay. I think 9-page scene one day with Brad Pitt. 9 pages. When I started doing this business, I was told, minute a day, man. That's nonsense. I do like 4 or 5 minutes a day. But also what you do, I now work with multi-cameras as well. So and what I've now found is actors love multi-cameras because multi-camera is designed about saving the actor.
How did you end up with her?
The mother?
Yes, the mother of all mothers.
Court appointment. It's in Peel.
They can't hook me onto this thing, mother or no mother.
Well, I don't know what the kid told her or what she told the kid. But at this juncture, I would avoid trying to explain myself.
And so I said, right, camera 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I said, let's rehearse. And so they rehearsed, and the cameras are everywhere but hidden somehow, not looking at each other. And we run the 4.5 pages like that.
They can't hook me onto this thing, mother or no mother.
I think part of it is the fun of the chase. I like the chase. And the chase is getting the scene right, and the actors at the end of the day love that speed that we work.
Yes.
I didn't think that he would be so actor-friendly. I thought he was very much a visual sort of artist, you know. But his notes on Prometheus, from the first day, he was just very clear and had very practical and usable notes. And also very imaginative, he's very mischievous, and he's very playful. So you have the freedom to really kind of collaborate, and he gives you a blank canvas to sort of play with.
You say Lee?
I say Lee.
Yeah.
Lee, he nods, you sit, cut, and we'll get the dialogue.
Okay.
Okay? So where would Cameron best stand at the end?
You really feel like it's a true collaboration. He's always asking a question instead of telling you what it is, and it begins a conversation. And he's so respectful of what you want and what your participation is in creating that character and this world.
Fellas, chaps, I want everyone out of the way except for the cameras.
It's a very sort of generous team of people. And, you know, that always filters down from the director, you know.
It starts really with Ridley, because there's a man who enjoys every day. Every day he goes to work, he enjoys it, so it doesn't matter what we're doing, he thoroughly enjoys it. And that atmosphere just spreads. He just comes in and he loves every moment, and it is infectious.
Darius, you all right if I let these guys escape?
I keep saying I feel like an athlete in that I got to keep changing the game, and I better hit the ball harder than last time. So I'm always looking for a completely different venue. The reason why I cast is in that film is that they enjoy doing the film. So in there is somewhere there's got to be a really good script. I think that's what they go for, and that's what I went for. And I think the script is 100%, and I think it's a story that is very unusual and very rare.
Then cut to
Oh, you asked me that. Yeah. We'll come and walk outside Canada, not hear it. Get outside, you have to fucking hell.
Frame's fantastic.
I like these positions, I think it's really good.
Yep.
Up, down, in his face. Then I was wondering when you get in his face, which is anger, also fear. You're afraid.
Yeah.
You're afraid. If he sees you're afraid, you're going to be more afraid.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. Okay.
If he's scared, I'll be really scared.
Okay. How do you happen to know the mother?
I was appointed by the court to represent her in an appeal in a capital murder case.
Do you know what her son did for a living?
No.
But you do now?
I do now.
Capital murder case. Jesus, this guy, he's a fucking idiot. Do you know what son did for a living? Let it play the pause.
Okay.
Like the pause says, he's really an idiot. Do you know what son did for a living?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you happen to know the mother?
I was appointed by the court to represent her in an appeal in a capital murder case.
So, you know what I'm to do is just start wide master let them play it through, then jump in, but work it. Right?
You can do a lot of overs, you know, whatever they do, we're gonna.
Yeah. So
let's do the wide ones.
Wide one first. Do the play and then jump in. Right?
It's funny. I like the energy on this last one.
So did I. So did I.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And I wasn't moving around as much.
You wouldn't be
Like,
shouting.
you know, no, it's.
You'd be looking over here.
Exactly.
You'd be like this.
I was just trying to. I was actually trying to make sense of it. Actually,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
And I, you know, also the movement here. Do you think it's better to just hold here about the money thing? And I found something there. It's like.
I like that you do two movements here.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think my God is there on the profile.
It's up to you, dude.
Maybe.
Pick it up when it works for us and you can do what you want.
Okay.
Okay, stand by to go. Take 1 J marker.
What do you think I should do?
I don't know, counselor. I don't know. They know that you're stupid. Stupid. They just don't know how stupid.
You say that like it's my whole card. What kind of fish you got in there?
Sharks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have
Happy with.
It's a journey, and it's about a mind finding his own spiritualism and his own basis of what makes him think that there may be something else. I love anything epic. I love to make up universes and worlds, and I felt with the greatest respect to previous filmmakers, the Egyptian thing hasn't really been done that well.
I can't think of any other director who can make history come to life in such a personal and real way.
To make him say yes. Yes? Yes! Now shut up that fucking goat!
I'll do a lot of work with the writers, and every time I do an evolution with a writer, I get in even deeper to what I'm doing, because at the same time, I'm evolving on the art direction front and constant research, seeing pictures, seeing wardrobe, seeing costumes, seeing weapons, and usually digging into artwork that you never see normally. There's no existing sets that I can shoot on, like there's no existing costume or wardrobe I can shoot on that I can rent. You can't rent an Egyptian pharaoh's costume. You can't rent an Egyptian sword. You got to make everything. So that then falls into the Gianti's department and the armorers and all that. Everything's made. So it's always a very exciting time for me when I'm prepping this. I'm still kind of fundamentally an art director at heart, and I really love the process of creating evolving the universes of each film. Here he is standing there with the babe, okay, like this. There's your columns, right? Right?
Yes.
There's the back view, I think, which is really good. This will come into it, because they're huge, aren't they? The Joss's ice cricket balls hitting and bouncing, okay? So where do you do that? Do you do that there, or should we do it here? We get the best of the digital artists, and the digital artists literally will, I mean, I'll do my sketch and thumbnail thing, I thought like this and that. So it's the drawing specific, and they go, yeah, and then we talk about that, and then the digital artist will take it on board and then redraw it pretty well to plan, and it'll end up looking like a photograph this big, a glossy photograph of a room or a space.
We work together with Ridley in a very tight-knit little unit. There's a few of us who've been collaborating with him for quite a long time. Myself, Janty Yates, costume designer, Darius Wolski, he's done a few with Ridley. A lot of the integration of ideas comes from those meetings, sitting in a room.
These are great, aren't they? You know what? I think the girls and the gold is great. I'm not sure about the fabric. Fabric sometimes looks modern. I don't know why. The hair's fighting the wardrobe. These are great. There's actually quite a lot of pretty magnificent art on Egypt from the late 19th century, romantic painters. There's some huge paintings done in the British Museum, which are, I'd go and look at them.
We particularly like Lawrence Alma-Tadema, who painted not as many as he did Roman scenes, but quite a few Egyptian interiors, which we used as a basic iconography.
With the art side, to me, is also a massive character. The proscenium is a character. And, you know, when the proscenium is bigger than the actor, then the proscenium is the most important thing in frame. When it's the other way around, then it's all about the actor. So in this instance, the architecture is very real and stunning, but it shows the power and crazy egomania of the Egyptians to put up the Pi-Ramses statue was 200 feet high. You can't build every set the way you want it, and you'll just be out of sight, the cost, the rising cost. So what's helped us today is a marvelous evolved technology in digital sampling, texturing, coloring, lighting, perspective. So if I'm going to put in a massive column, like this column could be like the size of the columns at the Pantheon, which I don't know whether 60 feet high, and the bottom of the column is like 3 meters across. I only build the first 12 feet. The rest is just put in. You preconceive digitally, so you know exactly when you're going to get, and these preconceptions are architecturally, perspectively, and scale-wise perfect. They're perfect architectural renditions. That's what you're going to get. And it's worked against me a bit because I really like to build the set and light it and move the actors through it. Now I've got to miniaturize, bring things down, only build a certain amount, so it's kind of frustrating. But I trust, I've now had enough digital experience to trust that the end result I'll get will be perfect. The Lego process became logical when you budget. You've got to keep your budget tight on big films. I discovered that I could reutilize a space or a room by keeping some of the walls and columns and major pieces of scenery on wheels, fundamentally. So I'd finish a room, then say, right, that's going to go with that. And you move the Lego around, change the shape of the room, bit of decoration, change the furniture, and you've got another set. Woo! Now the next one. Go on, Billy, on the double.
Quicker, Billy.
Various,
Billy. Billy. That's it. Now the next one. There you go.
Yeah. It's a matter of inches.
The Almeria side of it was a massive set. I was there for quite a long time, where I'm building all the exteriors of Memphis first and then Pi-Ramses. And I shot two ends of the set, and we built the roads, scraped the roads in, but this is not set designed by nails and hammers. This is like bulldozers, and concrete mixers and things like that. We'd found this old road of palm trees which looked pretty bedraggled and dying in the middle of this scraggy bit of desert just outside of Almeria.
We had to freshen that up and make that look a very smart avenue, as if it was going to a palace. To do that, we had to replant around 60 new palm trees. They're all about 5 to 6 meters tall, have to be dug into about 1.5 meters, a watering system put in to keep those alive, and then the landscape recontoured to the requirements of the set.
In that, you put down the footings of the big intended buildings and temples and pyramids, and the footings you'll put in maybe 10, 15 feet high. Then it'll be finished off digitally. I just built the first 30 feet of his legs, but these massive feet. And then on the edge of that town, surrounding the town, would be the ghetto of the slaves or the Hebrews who lived in close proximity just outside the wall. The Spaniards are very, very good artisans, craftsmen, fantastic craftsmen. Any other country in the world, I wouldn't have got that set up in the time. We got that up in ridiculously short space of time. From the minute I got a green light, we were up and running within about 10 weeks. Insane. Normally it'd take like 5 months. But we just knew we had to get it up, and it got thrown up and then refined. When you're planning, how do I do the parting of the Red Sea, the Reed Sea, I tend to look for something that had occurred. So tsunami is a good idea, about draining out tsunami, because it needs to be big enough to be really big and scary, but not too big where it becomes fantasy.
Started off with Ridley, sat down over a weekend, and he storyboarded the whole sequence out. So he just does Ridley does these storyboards, which are, you know, you'd think the man was a professional storyboard artist. But he storyboards, comes in, discusses it, starts with Arthur, and then again we involve visual effects. So he kind of refines the storyboards probably through maybe a second or third phase of boards, and then we handed those boards over to the visual effects department, who then previs them.
The digital previs came from the drawings of what happens from the pulling back of the sea, the walk, then realizing the Egyptians were there, then the panic and the run, and then the Egyptians coming across after them, and then his small army, which was apparently there was an army of about 300, turned around to face the Egyptians coming at them. That's when you get the wave coming back in, and how do I stretch that particular time of a wave that's probably coming at like, I was thinking a minimum of 120 miles an hour, and it's a wall of maybe 200 feet. That's a lot of water coming at you. And I don't want to be over in a heartbeat, because I've got various things that have got to happen, dramatized. Once they previs, then you can dramatically start to see what's going to happen when you shoot it like that. And I think you've literally just got to believe by then the previs and commit to your drawing and previs as to what it's going to be, and then it's massage in the editing room. I really like creating the universe. That's why I like science fiction or period. Creating the universe, you really feel you're really working.
It's really almost like sitting around a master in a studio, like they used to do in the Renaissance. And we're his school of Ridley Scott. And we're here to implement his vision.
Demo, lots of heavy mist.
The challenge of that and the real pleasure of that is what keeps me going. Because you never know what you're going to be doing next. And when you think you've had a good idea, he'll embrace it and turn it around and make it even better. Make it larger and I think a little more idiosyncratic.
To pass through that time travel door and doing what I do, I really like to do that. And storyboard takes me right in to making decisions within the film, but really quite subtle. It's a bit like thinking about what lines are going to happen next. I board and work in the same way. So you get that board will sometimes create notes, so the notes will go back to the writer saying, what if this and that happens? Oh, that's a good idea, because I'll try and incorporate that. So it's like taking yourself into the zone. Casting is incredibly important. So when I cast, you will always regret it if you weren't paying attention. So even right down to the smallest part is very, very important.
Oh, really? Who are you eating? Right in there, sir.
I met with Christian 4 years ago, who said to me, I thought we had a cup of coffee, and should we not do something? I said, yeah, right. And we had a very good meeting, and then nothing happened for 4 years. And I think he really thought I'd forgotten. I was trying to avoid him. And then I just called him up one day and said, I've got this thing for you. I think this is for you. Joel is great because I think he's very amenable and has a sense of intellectual. At the same time, he's very physical. And so there's a real sense of real violence if you want it. and this kind of look. Put the old coal on, suddenly he's Egyptian. The Egyptians were really kind of absolute bizarre choices which just work, you know? Men wore coal, which is black eye makeup, because that was their affectation in those days. There are in existence kind of early panels and paintings and things like that, and the hieroglyphics. If you look carefully, it's fairly consistent how the makeup is, and clearly it's made up. It's not a representation of just an eye. There's a kind of makeup to it.
If for any reason you ever forget that, let these remind you. Long enough to be effective from horseback, not so long that you trip over them.
I like going with people who haven't done it before, and I like to shock by casting people so people say, who's that? Oh my God, that's John Turturro. I love to do that, particularly when they're really working, they're pulling it off. So you're getting a character who's usefully, from the commercial aspect of the film, because it's a very nice part to have these kind of weight of actors as part of the ensemble, but at the same time, because they're not used to playing this kind of role, it's a surprise piece of casting, which also makes it fresh.
Information is everything. But not if it's wrong. What I don't want to do and won't do is sit and wait until we're fighting Hittite armies outside the palace walls.
Oh, it's not about you. It's about me.
If you're not king, I am just another dowager, and you're less than that.
The wife of Seti, is the mother of Ramses, is Sigoni Weaver, is Tuya, who again existed as the favorite wife of Seti.
I spent all of 4th grade studying Egypt, and so for me to be playing an Egyptian queen, especially during, I guess it's called the New Kingdom, you just can't believe.
Sigoni knew this was happening and said, I would be a very good queen. And I said, you absolutely would. So that's how it happened. Now, I get on so well with her. She's so much fun and so talented and so statuesque. She's very impressive, quite imposing. Janti will say, when are we starting? And then she'll just submit within about 10 days. I'll end up with a library of books in the office in London where she'll be going, this, that, and she'll go through it and she'll have it all marked up, saying, what about that, what about that, what about that? And once you get down what they were believed to dress like, and you look at it and go, Jesus, that's going to apply to Christian Bale wearing that or Ramses wearing that, it's going to be tricky. So you've always got to adjust it for the person. But was it blingy? Absolutely. But actually beautiful.
Started the film on stage in London, which is the reverse way of doing it. You normally leave the stage to the end, you get the bigger sequences out of the way, and you come crying back to the home stage.
I can't rent or find an Egyptian interior on location, so I have to do it there.
When a director is that driven and that demanding, it's inspirational because you just go, we can do this.
Pinewood, England, is probably one of the best places in the world right now for scenic building, construction. They're the best. Pinewood was, funny enough, the smallest bite of the film, but was essential because we were building all the hard scenery of the interiors. So I was in Pinewood a relatively short space of time before we went to on location. I think part of it's been to do with a very useful tax rebate, which has given them a lot of work. All the studios are jammed solid and have been for a number of years now. By doing that, it means your units let's say, are getting lots of practice, so they are improving.
Action. 132, second forward. Camera. 3, 2, and action!
I think it's good to have something that everybody can get into, really get their teeth into, show what they're about, go to market with their experience and their creativity, their storytelling. That's what we're doing, telling stories. We're entertaining people. And you've got a fantastic group of people to do that. And it's great to just unite them in one common factor. I don't think there's any industry, really, that unites such a wide, diverse group of people in one single purpose.
Big camera.
There's a scene with a snake pit. Ramses was curious and fond of snakes, and so there's a scene with a snake pit where they're all in there. They're all albino. She has a big albino python. Beautiful, beautiful thing, just ivory color. So you'll be doing this and that, and the snake will be doing that.
Yeah.
And then you come forward. And then you go wham. That was one corner of his throne room. Then when that was done, we moved the things out, took some drapes down, turned it into his throne room. Put it there.
Can't reverse prophecy.
Yes, you can. You can kill him. Kill him.
Then that was dismantled, readjusted, and made into the bedroom, and so on and so forth. So I've got 15 columns, massive columns, then wheel them into it and make a corridor of them just going down one side with the wall on the other. So it's a bargain basement way of doing big sets.
The challenge in the studio is being able to turn around everything. No time to turn it around. Often night swing gangs working through the night. Lots of Ridley being incredibly creative when he was saying, well, listen, I can shoot that way for this scene and we'll just redress that way, lose that column, bring in a drape, bring in a table, and you've got something completely different. His ability to remaster and recreate the same piece of scenery is phenomenal.
When I look across the stage and see Ridley, it feels like no time has passed at all. And I still see this brilliant man who's, every day is Christmas Day when he's on a set. And he's so in command of how to make his vision come into the film. And he was already like that in Alien. We didn't rehearse and a lot of improvisation, which we're not doing in this film, but he has such an ear for reality and for honesty in the performances.
I think the better the proscenium, it affects the actor definitely. When the actor walks on, sees a great set, he'll be completely taken. It'll adjust him. And same with good wardrobe. Wardrobe is very important for the actor to walk on with the stuff that really works on him and looks right on him. It's going to make him feel and behave differently.
If he hadn't been dying himself.
We have an animatronic in the tank, two separate crocodiles, for the attack on the fisherman's boat. He'll be dropped into the tank, he'll be used for towing through the water.
It's so massive, and what's interesting is that the center of the whole thing is Ridley, and he seems comfortable the bigger things are.
Almeria is a place where Sergio Leone did a lot of his spaghetti westerns. Everyone thinks, spaghetti western, they're made in Italy. None of them made in Italy, they're all made in Almeria. And I'd done a couple of commercials down there over the years, and it's a hot desert, a hot, dusty desert. But quite surprisingly beautiful, spectacular. In America, we call it Badlands. There's a bit of flat desert here and there, but fundamentally it's all badland rock. We found the quarry, which is one of the oldest quarries for white marble. There's a bluish white marble, which is kind of spectacular, in Spain. I think that quarry's been giving off marble to the Vatican. So it's that old, and they just gradually carved up this mountain. It's massive.
We should concentrate all our strength in the center.
You should concentrate your strength. In fighting, leave the generalship to me.
That would become fundamentally the melting pot of the workforce of the Hebrews, the slaves.
I'd bring him in here. You stood here and we said we'd never see that.
I wanted to join that, so when I see him, he looks into the quarry, and then he moves to his right and heads towards, essentially will be Pyramses, seeing one old pyramid that's been completed.
Action, go!
Once we went to the quarry last week, it was amazing. I mean, we had elephants and we had camels and extras dressed as slaves. And it was just a huge set, and to be able to put all those elements together with the cameras and the makeup, the costumes, and it was something very spectacular.
Ventura and the Canaries, they've got some of the best roads I've ever seen in the world. I saw there was like a 20-mile run of freeway which was closed down, never been used. So it became my set back lot for the carriages, and because I was able to go in there, run along the edge of the freeway, and there was a high bank. I found high banks like rock face, and on top of that, the rock face was a road. So the road is 20 feet above my highway, and it runs for miles, and so I've got a set I could never afford to build. So I said, we're going to use that, reuse that, and did all that stuff, racing around, fitting it, then cloning it into the valley at Confetti Beach. Ramsey's pursuit makes him reckless, and in being reckless, somebody goes over the top, then there's a kind of like a disastrous collision like you might get in a freeway. And that was a collision of horses, riders, charioteers, who all go over the top. That was tricky.
Chariot on his inside, which is so confused because he's going the other way now, isn't it? So exactly, so he should look this side at some point. Then they bump the wall, and that's what he's going to say.
He's going to be kneeling with which hand?
Well, I'm going to guess from left, but I just want to
He's kneeling down there.
Okay, are we good, Kenny? Ready?
Pull him off.
3, 2, 1. We're rolling.
Hey, 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 hey.
It's a lot of wire work, you know. They're going to go over the top, like a 20-foot drop. You've got to pluck the guy out on wire with a crane. Cranes are plucking these guys out and then letting them fly and then hit them out. So it's kind of dangerous, so it needs a lot of coordination. From my point of view, it was just spectacular. But when you're trying to move your unit and your set, which is people's belongings and camera positions, the bloody camera position changes all the time because the tide's going in and out, and so you're constantly on the move. You have a constant offshore wind, which keeps the skies clear, and if there's clouds, the clouds flying, so you get beautiful shadow. And the wind kept it all clear most of the time, and we went there the right time of the year, so it wasn't too hot, And it wasn't cold, it was spectacular.
Hey! Hey! Ella! Ella! Hey! Hey!
We cross here. We cross here. Ready yourselves! We cross here!
When you're planning, how do I do the parting of the Red Sea, the Reed Sea, you can't go do what they did 50, 60 years ago. You can't really do that. It's a bit dodgy, you know. The wall of water all hovering and quivering. They're waiting for them to cross.
Go! Ready yourselves!
I tend to look for something that had occurred. So tsunami's a good idea about draining out tsunami.
Ridley draws a storyboard, having worked with Arthur Max. They've seen some picture locations. They've done a basic location scout, so he has that in his head. From that, a more cemented idea of a location. And that, for us, was 4 different beaches on Fuerteventura.
The day's filming generally has a great vibe. There's energy. You've got a director who has phenomenal energy, likes to keep it going.
Camera down here, pushing as it goes up.
You know, he keeps an energy level on the setup, which is infectious.
I can see you. Really? Yeah, no, wow.
Okay, so that's great.
I think he has a huge advantage of he loves every minute of every day. Even if it's not going the way he wants it, he loves solving the problems. It's almost like, make it as difficult as you can for me because I'll find a way of doing it. And the more challenging it is, the more he thrives.
We carved a mountain path here. They'll both go downhill and hit the slope.
You know, it was an incredibly rich and detailed script, but Ridley also will take things that are a sentence or two on the page, and suddenly you're getting footage back where people are catching on fire, and it expands when he gets his hands on it.
Magic is made in editorial. It's where the story is made. You know, you have all the building blocks, but it's where the story can really come together and become something fantastic.
It's my first experience with epic, and in Ridley's epic means really epic. Big emotions, battles, the confrontation between characters.
I am not talking to you!
Arthur and Ridley designed these amazing sets, which were a fantastic springboard for all of our visual effects.
40 years ago, you had to build it. And to a certain extent, what I always do is I build a bit and then add a lot. And the adding a lot, it looks, in effect, completely real. If I'm building 20 60-foot columns, I'll only build 10 or 5 12-foot sections of the correct diameter of a 60-foot column. I'll put the rest in. But what I build has got to be perfect, because they're going to copy it. They're going to sample it and copy it.
Can I have the horse with half a chair ready here on overlap? Yeah.
I mean, the man is amazing in his energy levels. He draws brilliantly, has a great sense of composition. He's done visual effects. You kind of look at his drawing and then you look at what we're doing, and the two match. Right from the outset, he has a clear idea about what he wants and represents it on paper, hands you that piece of paper, and that's what you do.
I worked with Billy way back when he was as an assistant with Pietro Scalia, and then he went off to edit himself, and then we were having a problem with a film, and I brought Billy in to take over the editing, and he fixed that, and I was kind of really impressed the way he worked. Talented, very talented editor, and and very thoughtful and very sensitive, very good with music and temp score and things like that.
Something about it makes it feel like we're on board, you know, like the two shots are connected.
Yeah.
Is there a way we can separate it more from the Egyptian? When we actually started getting footage in and when we actually put the whole film together, I was really surprised by, for example, how emotional it was, which, you know, it's right there on the page, but it wasn't obvious to me. It just, you know, I understood the scale of it, and I saw that there was a lot of excitement, and it was an interesting story about Moses and Ramses and their whole backstory and growing up in the palace. But actually what the film became, you know, later on, wasn't immediately apparent to me.
Camera up.
They shot well over 300 hours of footage on this movie. You know, there were days where we would get 5 and 6 hours of footage a day.
On a film like this, we'll have well over like 1 million feet of film. And to use a crude kind of thing, you might shoot 1 million or 1.2 million feet of film. The end product is only 12,000 feet. So someone's got to do all that work and look at every frame. And an editor like Billy, or I think any good editor, actually looks at every single take and every single frame.
You know, so it's a lot to go through. He shoots with a lot of cameras, and they're all pretty elaborately choreographed sometimes. So it's not the kind of situation where it's necessarily immediately apparent how you would construct the scene, because he really creates so many variables. And I think, you know, one of the things that helped with that is as far as I know, Ridley's one of the few directors who still watches dailies every day. So he would, you know, almost every day after shooting, come back to the cutting room, we'd watch all the footage, and so he would kind of take me through everything they were thinking when they were shooting and what the intention was and what they ended up liking or not. And so that helped a lot get through the amount of material.
I think in loose terms, we see 3D. You've got two cameras, they're side by side, so they're doing that. So you're getting a three-dimensional thing anyway. I think the brain is so conditioned to assuming that you see 3D that it's no longer spectacular. So I think when you do the 3D cameras, you're being reminded of how you see it. Enhances even the most intimate moments. Doesn't have to be spears being thrown at camera and all that. I don't do that. I mean, if it happens, yeah, it's useful, but 3D was always done for that reason before. But now it's just another experience.
198 whiskey, take 4A.
Because it was shot in 3D and because I was cutting in 3D, it wasn't something I had to go back and fix. I was always watching it that way anyway to begin with.
You cut it, you can cut quicker today because you've got, if you've got the right script and you've shot it well and you've done it properly, it's all working, and you get a length, you know you're too long.
The first assembly on this film, when we finished shooting, it was over 4.5 hours. It's rough and it's long and it's repetitive and it's interesting, but you would never release it in a theater.
So you gradually slave it down to 3 hours, and I think it's still, a bit long. It was running really well at 3 hours, but I figured you can't really run 3 hours, you've got to get it down. Hey.
There's a point at which Moses comes back from Midian, and he comes back to Egypt. You're sort of ready to see what's going to happen between him and Ramses. And there was a lot of back and forth there with, you know, there was a whole snake hunt.
Sorry, cut it. Let's go again. Right, all of you at once. There you go.
And building the army, and, you know, Moses gave a few different speeches about we got to capture him. No, never mind, we got to turn the people against him. And there were discussions about strategy and all this kind of stuff. And I felt in the script that you're kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop. And that is an area where we ended up lifting a lot of sequences, but it's not the only area. There were other things that in the script seemed totally necessary, but when it was shot, we were able to remove because it became obvious that it was redundant or, you know, just in some way blocked the story and we didn't need it.
Not very comfortable in it. Who would be?
This film works on an emotional level. Considering it's an epic, surprisingly, the epic scale of it didn't crush the intentions, the emotional intentions within the story. So I'm very happy about that, and I'm protecting that, absolute protection on that, and saying how far dare I go before I start to intrude on that, because it's powerful.
A lot of the scenes that we initially removed were in the, you know, I'd say in the front third of the film, because there's a lot of scenes of people talking in the palace, and we didn't want to have 2 hours of that before the film even got going.
Tired?
I have endured worse than this.
Oh, it's not about you. It's about me.
Then you're going to have to start working on performances, and that's where you've got to be really careful, and you've got to protect the performance of what you've got. And so if the scene is 4 minutes and should be 2 minutes, you've got to watch you don't destroy that scene by removing 2 minutes and then wondering why it doesn't work so well.
Appointing him won't keep me from telling you what I think.
Ridley and I discussed whether there was any purpose in putting out an extended cut, and we went through the list of scenes, and there really was a good reason for everything that we removed, and there was nothing that we were just wishing was still in there. The theatrical cut of the film is the version of the film that Ridley wants everybody to see. It's, everything that was taken out for a reason, and the version that we ended up with in theaters is the version that we feel is, and Ridley feels is the best version of the film.
Move that till it's
the front of the wagon, sort of
the back of the cab.
No problem. Ollie, forward.
The back of the cab.
Forward on that line, please.
So shall we have him blunder back inside, wait for
B mark. Pocket. Echo mark.
Thanks, man. That's the style, brother. That's the style, my friend. You have to get to China. Huh?
After the count, he could be dead.
What's your status?
B mark.
And I want to get closer on this when you come see if it's done.
So it's always in the out position? Yes. The out team.
Oh, that's correct. Nice. Yeah. The film is really about thinking your way through around all kinds of obstacles and problems.
Work the problem.
It's not science fiction. It's as near fact as it could possibly be. So the challenges are reality, not fantasy. This is a script developed inside Fox Studios. It was from a great book by Andy Weir called The Martian.
As we like to say, we wanted to find a Ridley Scott type. But of course, Ridley was busy at that time because he was going to make Prometheus 2. And then, very fortunately, his schedule changed. We got him the script on a Friday, and, by Saturday, he was in.
Wait, sorry, man. You were like 3, 2, 1, bro. What happened to that?
Okay, sorry.
He said 2, 3, bomb.
Here we go.
Wait, what is the count?
3, 2, 1.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, boom.
Okay.
He started at 2, 1.
Me. Okay, ready and boom.
Here we go. Ready?
Can you do that one?
For the outtakes? The Martian.
Dun 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 dun. Okay, boys.
And we're set. And
Okay, let's ask the 200 million, I'm sorry, 500. That's a 5?
At least.
1 second.
Sorry, I think I pressed something in there. Sorry about that. Are you suggesting we don't do the count? Are you suggesting we don't?
Counter. According to the logs, Commander Lewis took it out, Sol 17, plugged it into the hab to recharge. It's been moved.
Ridley works in a wonderful way in that he's prepared. As prepared as any director I've been with. Storyboards that he does himself, and he knows exactly what shots he's going to use, what shots he doesn't need. There's a plan going in. And before every scene, he sits down with you and goes, here's what I'm thinking. You're here because you feel this way and that way. Do you? Yeah. I mean, that's his, yeah, good point. Hadn't thought of that. And so then you find out where Ridley's point of view on the scene and the movie are, and then you go, all right, fit what I brought into that, go. He wants it to happen for the first time on camera, which is a lot of what the secret of filmmaking really is, or film acting anyway. It's make it happen for the first time.
You asked me how you did, and I'm giving you my answer. My answer is,
Originally, I mean, it was a guy in a rubber suit, so that was very successful.
Always wanted to work with Ridley.
Ridley is the Beatles of science fiction.
Working with Ridley is a dream.
I want to see that rage. Did you get that shit? It's not film school, believe me. I'm coming at science fiction based on can this happen, but then it makes it scarier or more interesting.
We talk through the script, and Ridley draws it in storyboards as we do it. Ridley invents every detail.
You think you've sort of seen it all, and Ridley comes out with something that you've never seen before.
Rolling.
Sci-fi is not a new territory to Ridley.
It needs to be handheld.
He knows what he wants and is tight in his direction.
He also has this uncanny ability to shoot things practically.
Your explosion can be there. Everything in the background, make sure it's cleared out. Have you seen his explosions? In one move, I can kill 10 people in the room. Sounds brutal, but it looks great, and it's economical. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
I have to know.
Yeah.
Question. Why did you decide to go wide and to the opposite side? But
Too
you
long.
just switched everything up.
Well, I know when I've got enough, and I've got enough. Every movement, whether it's the 1 minute movement or a 4 minute movement, it must have an idea in it. Something must happen to advance the story. Well, we're well covered because James's camera is telling the story in one.
Read that, please. Read that. Where's good, Jim? Ready, good? Here we go.
Let's just do it. Just do one go.
He's doing a lot of damage. This is like psychopathic behavior. It's that or lose. Let's reset everybody, please.
And I need to get in at that hatred, that moment of hatred.
Shooting. Ready.
I'll say one word. Reflective. No regret, reflective.
Well, just between you and him, it's just everyone.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I'll do a wide shot across that. You want to be behind her if there's any move from her, because I'll have to do the reverse angle on it anyway.
48 frames or 24?
60.
60 still.
60 frames.
Okay, so
Does he have to have the dagger?
see? Yes. Smashes into capitals.
We do the old song, The Horse.
Ready with the cameras, fellas? Ready.
We'll do dressing, key emergent, table, crease, drawing, color, plus. Split, cut, and separate.
Okay, all cameras, are we ready?
So much cooler than
This
the
is
gimbal.
old school. That's how we used to do.
No, not yet. We got some acting.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ. Rolling.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go. Clear back, still rolling. Ready, guys?
One moment, one moment. Thank
Quiet,
you. Good man.
please.
Here we go. Off you go.
Set and action!
For the king! Confess! I am innocent of this crime!
I think we got it. Yeah, move on to the next part. I think I know what we should do. We're going to go down here, bring the cameras down here.
Ridley.
Careful, so it's very...
That's the shot.
No,
Here I got a shot, right?
I thought you were...
No, that way, that way. I'm looking at an empty forest.
Yeah.
Empty.
And they come in.
Action. They all wander in.
Perfect.
They settle down. Put weapons down,
Yeah,
which is
relax.
really stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
Climb in, eat, chat, breakfast. Chick will take his cup, go down, get him water, and give him the water. So that says the Scots are friendly with the fucking French. Matt looks up. Why is it so quiet?
Fire arrows come in.
Wallop.
Matt gets up. They stand up in there and start shooting this lot, and they can start running.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can make that happen, boss.
From left to right, and we go forward with him.
I'll cue the tilt and head straight uphill. I'm really impressed with that run up the hill. Holy fuck. He went like a fucking lunatic.
So when they ride in, we will cover the two cameras.
You can't start here, he has to start at that.
You're standing 20 feet out from the big box there for Lord.
Guys, can I just get rid of this stand?
Fast, they'll come to the preach where that guy's in the middle. At the audience side, as it evolves, you're watching the fight. Relate what's happening in that moment. I want to know what you're really thinking when you're up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's quite good. What do you think?
Ready with the cameras, fellas?
The problem with the thing is that it has a delay. It's great when you're flying a helicopter, so it's beautifully compensated. But if you're shooting a shot like this, because there's so many vibration moves, he's gonna have a hard time keeping up. Yeah.
We'll just sit right on that seat right there. And drop the camera there? Yes, thank you. Like that. Okay.
Everybody's trying to put the cameras in impossible places.
Okay, now. It's both. Aesthetic and use of all the cameras valuably. A lot of people put a lot of cameras there and don't know why they're using them. You end up using one camera and 3 are wasted. So you really got to know where your camera's got to go to make them useful. Come back, come back. Back.
Rolling. We're spinning. Take 4 there.
All right, now. He's got to go. That's too long, guys.
I know.
Too fucking long.
I know.
Okay, messy. It doesn't tell the story, it's just fighting.
The people they're killing are on the French side.
Go ahead.
Keep it up right throughout.
You can't start here, he has to start there.
Build on their marks and then off we go. For the takeoff, we're going to exit. Rolling, rolling. Rolling. That's the end mark, so we'll have a line of 30 horses here. The bridge is here.
This is the bridge.
Come on, you metal scum! Bridge here, and the small village here, like that. These are the people being held here.
Come on, man! They're baiting you, Jean. They want us to leave the bridge so they can take Limoges.
Once they lose that bridge, Limoges falls. So he's saying, fuck this, and goes there.
Orders be damned!
He'll charge. They'll have to go. That's it.
For the king.
So he gets hit. He lands in the water, he's getting drowned. And then Legree's character comes along and saves him.
Then he sees Legree get into trouble, and he goes to help him.
Right. And then his horse comes over backwards in the battle.
Nice.
That's good.
That's good.
Got it.
That's fantastic.
That's Matt. That's Matt. Helps him out.
F Mark. Hey Mark.
Back to one.
Can I just simplify it?
Yep.
But when he gets out of control, why does he have to do this? Can he not just do that? Crash into the wall. Then comes the axe. Reverse angle right there.
He comes running and gives him the axe. Stung. Now they're going. He's chasing him down here.
Okay, it takes off.
Crushing him against the wall.
It look real?
Good.
Hits him over the head, run up the way. Ching.
And then
he runs him over.
Poor bastard.
So then there's another bit of fight. This is a kerfuffle.
I like to have a neat script. The duel, for instance, I type that out in beats of the duel because battle scenes I'll retype into just my very basic beats. So the editor knows, well, this beat goes there and then that beat goes there.
It usually works out.
Usually does. Not too bad.
Break that, please. Break that.
How are you, Adam? Can you move around?
Fuck this. Yeah, kind of.
Surely there's a line. So my fate depends on which middle-aged man gets tired first.
Yeah.
It's very complex reaction here.
Okay, lock it up. Clear the eye line, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot. He's shooting 4 or 5 cameras, and he's referencing them. He's bouncing between different ones that he's referencing, and then he kind of simply goes like, it's all geometry.
You know, I like the continuity here was great. Keep close to the wall.
Can we have Carouge crash and slide down the wall? Okay, I like the foam here and there.
Tell me when you want it, I'll do it.
Now.
Now?
Oh, now.
What does that look like?
Maybe you can see with blood. A little bit of blood. Okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
Frothing? Does that look right, Cuba? Can you see through the camera? We're foaming.
We are foaming, furiously foaming.
And so then after he's fighting and fighting and fighting, I strip that knife away and pull my own out. Grab it.
I'm gonna turn it around and fucking do that.
Okay.
You're gonna press it in slowly.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
What just happened?
Yeah, we couldn't film because the mist did not lift and is refusing to lift, which means for the moment I've shifted gear to save time in the long run.
So we're making different decisions.
Totally. That's the job. You can use 5 cameras here. Arthur, that piece you put on is fantastic.
Would you have him take her hand, or would she take your hand?
I can take her hand on my version.
Okay, and you simply enter the arch, walk up and go to the right, and that's it.
Degree, Carouge. No, fucking sorry. Degree.
Carouge.
That's the Carouge version of this.
Yeah. Kisses her on the cheek.
Marguerite, come. Give our old friend a kiss and show the good faith of the House Carouge. Marguerite, come. Give our old friend a kiss and show the good faith of the House Carouge.
Marguerite, come. Give my old friend a kiss. Show him the good faith of the House Carouge.
He kisses her on the mouth.
Into a great story. Of course, she thinks she's the most wonderful figure in the world.
It's exactly the same, but she's responding differently.
Lady, forgive me for intruding.
Who is there?
My lady, forgive me for intruding.
Lady, whoop, stop there. Close the door. Is this when he tries?
Yeah, this is it.
Then he talks.
I love you more than any other, and I would do anything for you. Everything I have is yours.
I feel like we're all crammed.
Yeah, I didn't.
You want to give him distance?
I feel like I do.
Here's the thing now. We're doing her version now. It's a blink. It's not fear. It's confusion.
Okay, it's just like, okay, wasn't expecting this.
Excuse me? It's
Yeah.
an excuse me, not fear.
Okay.
It's there. Wait, choose the moment to move the weight.
Okay.
Make it comfortable. You
Okay,
agree?
yeah.
My love for you has consumed me.
How dare you?
Then you come to here, and the grease says,
Get out! Do not speak!
You must leave now.
You heard the lady leave us.
No. Get out. He's the one who closed the door. Now they're on their own.
Oh, hear me say I'm in love with you. I know you love me too. You must.
She's going, what? Whoa.
You must leave. Please. You must leave now, please.
Grab the edge of her cloak. That's going to stop her. You wrench it out of his hand. Then you run up the stairs.
In life, we never, expose or tell the bad part of ourselves.
And you run up the stairs?
Which I think is true.
Why is she so nice to him at this point? I don't understand. She should fucking hate him.
I think this scene was a direct result of notes we got from multiple people. They wanted to make it clear that she was not a part of this plan.
Like, I imagined it, for me, it kind of feels like it picks up mid-argument. I imagine that he's just said to me now, this is what you wanted.
So, okay, so you're going to be pissed.
Yeah. Oh,
This is the plan?
Yeah. This is a plan? A duel to the death?
So, he is never ever questioned. But now she's questioning him. and she's suddenly grown 18.5 inches tall in her stature.
No, Jean, no, this is not what I want.
I was saying it's not what I want. So it's really about the potential violence because he is volatile. All those little battles are about your volatility.
Yeah.
So when you say, no, it's not what I want, he goes, whoa.
Not what you want.
The silence is the dynamic. This scene has become about her dominance.
You are risking my life so you can fight your enemy and save your pride.
The message is simple. What do I want the audience to walk away knowing? Because that will be the audience's perspective. What I'm seeing is what I want the audience to see. So that is the best thing, isn't it? Am I communicating? Put the piece at 3 o'clock. No, that's 12 o'clock. 3 o'clock. No, that's fucking 10:30. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock on the... No. Jesus. The other side of the plate, towards you. No. Now move it around, anti-clockwise. No. Who's doing that? Put it at 3 o'clock. That's 3 o'clock. Fucking hell. Great. All right. So Ray, what I'm doing is lining up the wide shots and the detail, and then we'll come and jump the close-up for the dialogue and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so this is him writing.
Notes on your notes?
Notes on my notes. That's his writing. So,
this is the truth right here.
I wouldn't mind maybe 2 handheld cameras here. It's going to be chaotic. The more chaos, the better.
Here you've got...
It works great. Off you go.
Judge's father here.
Papa's over here.
Yeah.
Let's get reset for another one,
Okay.
Rehearsing.
Clear, Billy.
Yes, just walk to
Hey, Marguerite. I'm certain your husband told you the penalty for bearing false witness against a man by a woman is that you are to be stripped and shorn and summarily burned alive.
I am telling the truth.
make it a bit more.
Sometimes he gives me like the one word and I'm like, oh, okay.
All right, here we go.
I am telling the truth.
Great. Fantastic.
Can we all clear this corridor?
She is always dominated by Carouge, but this is where she has to stand and say no.
Okay, stand by. Squad, please.
Ready, teams, clear the shot. Okay. Rolling. Action. You have disgraced me.
I begged you to find another way, and now I might be burned alive.
Come do it as best as you can.
You knew what would happen to me should you lose this duel.
That's it. Cool. That's good.
I am risking my life for you.
You are risking my life so you can fight your enemy and save your pride.
Cut it, beautiful.
Numbers, please.
Right. You gotta keep all that clear.
Well, let's start on a baby here and pivot on a baby. Coming right across. Here to there. settle here? Yeah. Let's take a look, though. For me, every scene has to have a stake. Large or small. Dynamic is a good word. Dynamic can either be a fast-moving car, something falling, a change of pace.
Yeah.
That way and that way. So you're on the side and you come around the side that way. Or just something we didn't expect. What we're doing here is a good dynamic, which is silence.
We will proceed with the duel.
Silence is a dynamic. It looks difficult. It's not difficult. And we just showed how easy it is.
Yes. Yeah. Ridley, because of his reputation, because he's a great filmmaker, he gets tremendous actors, and they will let you do your thing. So the film was a joy to make.
If you cast well, you're going to get what you want and take one or two. So I gradually got that to a point of a fine art now, and will boldly say, I don't care who it is, whether it's Al Pacino, you got it. He said, I have it. I said, you have it. Well, I like that your natural thing was to come and do, look at this.
Rid is amazing. He's incredibly prepared. By the time he starts the movie, he's already played the movie out in his head because he storyboards the whole film, every scene. So he knows exactly what he wants when he gets to set.
The storyboard were pinched on the wall in the hotel where we prepared. And the drawing was so beautiful. I wish I could have a book of those drawings. He sees the tiniest detail. He sees it, and most of the time he encourages us to keep going into that freedom of the acting and trying some things.
He's someone that I would describe as an architectural visionary. He's painterly in the way that he approaches his films. He's also a mathematician, and the camera work is geometry.
Mauricio is the panning shot around the set.
He's incredibly flexible. He doesn't debate you. Having that kind of trust from him, I feel like brought good things out of me, and I know the other actors also.
He's been doing it for 50 years. So he's learned a few things, be out there, and he goes for it. And he's got a great energy, of course, and he helps you. He really, truly helps you. He's got a great appetite to do this. There is no love on earth greater than that.
When you work in a Ridley Scott film, you really feel the standards across the board, every single department, under the supervision of a mastermind, and it's very exciting. You would walk into an atmosphere that transported you to another time where glamour and style had a different taste, had a different sensation, and it makes your job easy because you're already situated there.
She'll do a lot of acting here, let it go. My team is probably the best in the business. They're all brilliant, and they know it. And that's what I like. So when I can walk in the morning and go, yeah, up a bit, down a bit, too curly. Okay, boom, 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 boom. That's the way it works.
1, 2,
yeah,
and one on him.
Yeah.
He's trying to set the stage. There's costumes, there's performances, there's script, there's actors, there's production design. All this amounts to capturing the world. I always believe the photography should be just very observant and not imposing.
Darius is the best DP I've ever worked with. He set a beautiful stage. I'll always think of Lake Como when I think of the cinematography of the movie. There are still shots that people were snapping off the monitors that just looked like pieces of art.
It's all to do with knowing where your key light is and where you're going to put the camera in continuity. So when he joins on, then we'll go to that down there. By doing commercials, I was used to 6 cameras. And once I started doing film, I'm suddenly got a minimum of 4 cameras on any setup.
So even though it's 4 cameras, he's not sacrificing any shot?
There's always room to put 4 cameras, yeah. You'll be surprised, actually, there is. And at the beginning, maybe you put 3 cameras wide, and then once you shoot those wide shots, medium wide shots, that capture the scene.
You're shooting with 4 cameras, it tends to feel actually like theater in the round. It's just interesting.
Most of the actors love it. They love it because they just give a performance once. Sometimes take one, take two are the best. Because of the acting is not contrived, nobody's really over-rehearsed.
Darius can cope with any number of cameras. He just flies with the ball. And so we're a very, very efficient team. And it all looks beautiful.
There's downstairs.
Much better. It looks good.
Darius and I have worked together since Prometheus. He's a painter with light. We look at the palette of the film together. And it's very important, that process, because you can fine-tune and adjust shades of color and levels of age. It's kind of an art form within an art form.
Arthur and I started by doing commercials, and I've known each other 35, 40 years.
House of Gucci is the 15th film I've done with Ridley. There's a tonal language that reoccurs in his films, that once you learn that language, it doesn't matter what genre you're doing, you apply the same principles.
I want to see through here.
When you have that level of history and knowledge that Arthur has, you can see it in the sets, you can see it in the pieces and the places.
Extreme elegance and luxury, the best of the best, and create a world of privilege with no expense spared, seemingly, on a budget, on a schedule. That was the challenge.
I'm completely allergic to green screens. I think it should be able to get it in camera, but for you to start using green screen for Como and you're there, it's like, what? Go down there and shoot it. When you're doing a raw film, the scale of everything is so massive. I wanted to do it all in one go. I'd have 300 men, 100 horses, and 11 cameras in the field. It was amazing because you're actually reconstructing the real thing. I started to think, like Napoleon, that influence can be great, or it can be deadly. I'm excited about going back in any film of this scale. Are you kidding? Orson Welles once says the best trained set a boy could ever have. Anything of this scale is just, you got to be able to embrace it. You got to be able to live with stress. Let's do it. Should we try it? It can only be a fuck up. We learn something each time. Let's just do it. Yeah. In fact, you got to embrace stress, and I do. I find it keeps me flying.
I think it doesn't feel right going big. I think actually it's about, there's more power in me going.
I usually cast the leads. I've always doing something as I'm preparing it with I've already got somebody in mind because I'm just watching things and go, him. I usually have a physical type in my head, and when you're drawing, you're already starting to see people in the role. And so my drawing is more than my sketchbook, it's my plan. We bring them this way as they're swinging the brothers in bed sheets and things coming from that way. So you come together in this room, you arrive together. And Denzel, I've got sitting as the master of this organization of what's happening, is sitting there. So when you walk in, Denzel maybe right this time acknowledge you, and you then come to do the scene.
Credit to Ridley. He really put a wonderful cast together. He painted the canvas. There's all types of people and talents.
I was flicking around and I found a show that I never normally watch called Normal People. It's very well done. And Paul reminded me of Richard Harris as a crossover with a very young Albert Finney. So there's a very good DNA then right there, plus the nose, right? And he was a very sound and solid and sympathetic actor. And I got binge watching on this, and from that, as this story and this script started to evolve, I started to think about him. That's how I tend to cast.
I have only 2 words for how we did everything, and those 2 words are Ridley Scott. He has capacities that are almost superhuman in terms of keeping stuff in his head. He storyboards the movie frame by frame, months before you ever start shooting. He has all the battle sequences in his head, and other sequences too, but all the big spectacle things he has. And not only does he draw them himself, he also paints them himself.
Ridley's a genius, like his late great brother. And it's more than an opportunity and a pleasure. he's I'm gonna say a national treasure and all that. I know he'd hate me saying those kind of things. He's a gruffy old genius, you know, and I love him. He just gets on with it, and he's a visionary. I mean, what he sees and how he puts it together, and his team, you know, I don't have to think or worry about anything. Just put the gear on and do my part.
You have 2 up there, 1 there, 1 here.
2,
That's
4, 4, 8 today.
The speed, if you know where to and how to do it, 5 cameras are 5 times faster. If I've got a big scene, I have 11 cameras. I'll say camera, camera, camera. Gonna walk in there, it's gonna come, and that comes from me boarding it because I know where to put a camera. But that said, for a cameraman, it's like John Matheson or Darius Wolski, it's hell because they got to cope with multi-angles and different size lenses. But it means everyone is on all the time. And I dress the camera operators in costume. And I wrap the cameras in some sacking so you barely see them. If you slow a film down, you can see, oh, there's a camera. I think at least 3 here.
Yeah, we're getting three on the floor.
It's really efficient. But if you're not used to it, don't try it. You'll get into chaos. You won't make a shot till 3 o'clock. Normally we're shooting by about 9 in the morning. You know, it's all to do with prep, dude. Prep, prep, prep. If you walk on the floor, you don't know what to do, you haven't prepped. Stunt work is a very highly responsible job. And I found a stunt lady who did all my stunts on Napoleon, and I took her onto Gladiator 2. She's very good. I'll tell them what I want, then they will go do it. Then they'll say, come and have a look. Then I'll input, and then that's it for the day. And then we'll shoot that 2 or 3 days after that, because then they'll sharpen it up. And sometimes, rarely, but sometimes I'll say, I think the stunt's too dangerous. I won't risk anybody. I said it's a bit dodgy, I don't like that. So we discuss it. Gonna do it?
Yeah, I'd love to do it.
Okay, here we go. Actually, the most challenging thing was how do I do the baboons? The baboon is about 40 pounds of solid muscle. Can you hang from that beam for 2 hours? He could, you can't. So he could rip your arm off, right? So I wanted 12 baboons to decimate. The people and the survivors would become gladiators. That's how Paul gets bought. So I talked to my stunt guy, I said, listen, it's gotta have to be very short stuntmen, like, 5'5", short if you can, and I want them in black tights, all black. And I looked at them, they almost looked comical, so I painted masks on them looking like a bloody baboon. And then she did a very good, interesting trick, because the baboons are on all fours. She gave them all short crutches under the armpit. We're running around on short crutches, so you have the full movement of a baboon. So we could go into full-bore, hardcore battle with my men being attacked by these baboons. And so from that, digitally, you separate the actual movement physically of the actor, and you use your baboon in black tights to actually transpose into being a real furry baboon. I'm looking at him.
No, he's looking.
I think gets closer.
Yeah.
Look at him and charge.
We were very aware of the audience's expectations, and to return to the arena, it couldn't be same old thing. So there's no better person in the world to have the discussion with than Ridley Scott about how do we up our game. There was always lingering, a rhino would be great. Ridley started doing sketches. How about the alpha gladiator of that time comes riding in, standing on a rhino? That was going to be another fight that you've never seen before.
Ridley wanted the rhino fight that he wanted in the first one but never got.
I hope he's got good brakes. He's got good brakes. You mean his safety belt on? I think I maybe had the first rhino in the arena, but they'd had everything in there that was dangerous. So let's go A to Z. A, hold lines, spread out, they spread out. He goes, fuck that, challenges the rhino, it chases him, ends up taking me to where he gets flipped. Follow here goes down, the runner hits it and throws it.
So we built a mechanical base, and also we did the mechanics for the rhino. So the rhino could shake its head, flick its head up in the air, the eyes move, the ears move, and we could literally drive this around the Colosseum like a little go-kart. And we had a certain amount of rehearsal, but a lot of it was just made up on the day, and we were practicing as we were shooting, so that was quite an amazing few days.
You got lots of running around, etc. Now, I want to really start on the real thing, the real fight. You skedaddle over here,
yeah.
The rhino here, you'll get there here, right? What would motivate you to actually get attention so that it comes to you to protect them?
I think it's the fact that I see him run around and I'm like, we're not going to beat this rhino for speed.
Right.
It'll go through us one by one if we don't.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
You could say stay still,
yeah.
And you make the decision.
Yeah. See it wind up.
That makes sense?
Yeah, I think it's great.
Thank God for that. If you said no, we'd been dead. So then we're just getting the fun fight.
Yeah, let's get into it.
You'll get 70 hours in it.
Yeah.
So you'll be sitting there, you could be looking at them, you could be sitting there looking at them. Yeah.
And then like look at them and then fall back.
Yeah. Thank you, Kurosawa, Throne of Blood. And nick that of Kurosawa.
Swipe across the face, but you can go on this tab. That's it.
Yep. They've rehearsed that battle. Those swords are bamboo, and therefore they're quite light. And one of the problems is when they fight, it's too quick. So I can usually digitally go and then just slow them down a little bit to give weight to the sword. When the sword impact, then you get the ring of steel, so you got power. But they still have to do the ballet of battle, and the ballet of battle is the refinement right up to that and stopping there and then recoiling. The recoil is as important as the impact. So it's like that and like that.
That big step back is like a baseball swing. Now you're now two hands. Two hands right there. Bang. Yeah, perfect.
I have a great stunt double. Clay's been with me for a while, and Clay's is a brilliant horseman and a gentleman and can fight.
It is a skill. And you know, mostly we rehearse off camera in a gym somewhere, so they're pretty rehearsed. By the time they get their gear on, come out in the heat and everything, they're ready to go. And it helps. If I've got 6 cameras, you're not into repetition.
Action! Now! Now!
It's all fun, and they pay me.